It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
43 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 60s.
Nice.
But it's going to be a weird weather day. It's going to be windy in the middle of the day, cloudy for the rest of the day, and then it looks like the rain rolls in around like 7, 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
So if you got plans to like grill or something, you might want to do it early.
Jump on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, again, 67 degrees. It's
nice.
It's prime time grilling weather. You got yourself a Blackstone. You get out after it. Right, Kimmy?
Well, I'm a millionaire.
Well, not if it's raining.
Okay, no, that's what I was saying. You get it before the... All right. You were like the least amount of fun. You have a Blackstone.
I know.
Which is like the MFer of grills. It's the ultimate grill right now.
Yeah, everybody's... I mean, it's trendy. Like, your husband's like the coolest guy on the block with his Blackstone.
Totally.
And all his Blackstone accessories.
She doesn't
He
even
does
want
have a lot of
breakfast
accessories.
outside.
What's that?
She doesn't even want breakfast outside. That's the coolest thing about that Blackstone.
When
When that guy's like making all that breakfast.
No, we did bring up breakfast outside, and you were not impressed by breakfast outside.
No, I was just like, it's too cold to have breakfast outside right now.
You in
The
that
eggs
flannel?
will get too cold.
In that shacket? So, all right, your day's not going to be all that exciting. My day's not all that exciting, but somebody's got a really exciting day.
Oh, what did I miss?
Big day today, buddy. Got my annual physical. Full physical.
Now, for those who don't listen to the show on a regular basis, Tommy loves going to the doctor.
Yeah.
Every kind of doctor. And it feels like once a week you're telling us that you have some kind of appointment.
As you get
go to.
old, man, they start backing up on you.
Bro, I don't think that normal people go to the doctor this much. What's that disease?
Well, he has like multiple doctors, too. He's
Your
got
wife
multiple
is one of my
specialists.
multiple doctors.
Yeah, just ching ching, baby. Keep showing up. It's weird that you keep
I
knocking
probably
on.
paid for that hat.
You did. It is weird that you keep like knocking on our front door. Is it time for another appointment? What's we gonna do?
But when you get to my age, you got your full body, you got your skin,
You
got
sound
your
like
eyes.
a Honda Civic.
It is. It's like dentist. I got the ears now because I got the hearing aids.
Okay, all right.
So I got
I
like
get-
multiple battery of tests all year.
I get that you have to go to the doctor. I don't get like your excitement to go to the doctor.
Because I want good news. I want to
okay.
go in there, and all I want
Most
them to
people,
go
like,
is
that makes them nervous.
no problem.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for.
But you lie to get good news.
Yes, but I'll still take the good
No,
news,
but that is-
even if it's
No,
fake
no,
good news.
He also comes back in the next day bragging about what the doctor told. Like if you have a dentist appointment, you'll come in the next day and say, "Dentist told me I have nice teeth."
I got some good
Cool.
chops.
But the dentist is going to tell you that, so you keep going back to that dentist. Right? I mean, like,
I don't know.
no doctor, unless you have like something terrible going on, is going to be like, listen, like, even I've been in some unhealthy situations, right?
Yeah.
Like, even when I was 300 pounds, they were like, hey, you might want to think about losing weight. No, you should be in my face like, lose the weight, 300 pounds is not healthy. But it's a special trip. It's just your general, regular doctor.
Yes. But it's a
And-
full physical.
Okay.
From blood to everything.
All right, gotcha. And, they're going to check your balls like they do every time, right?
Actually, your mom took care of that last night, so I can just phone that one in. They're fine.
There's something else you have to get done. A man of your age when you go to for a physical.
The prostate.
Okay, so
Prostate's the big one because that's the one. After the heart, they say the prostate's number 2 on the death chart.
is that what they say?
Yeah.
Do they pull out a chart of death and they point to it?
So heart number 1,
Okay, gotcha.
prostate number 2.
Okay,
So
so
they have to check it.
as part of the prostate exam, the doctor has to go to a dark, dark place.
So it's Dr. Fudgy Finger pays a little visit to your back door.
That's one way of putting it.
Brown
Yeah.
finger.
Which Kimmy
Yeah.
actually explains why he's so excited to go to the doctor today. But as you were explaining to me this morning that you were going to the doctor, you said you're taking some special preparations.
So I start limiting my diet. I started last night. I start scaling back because I don't want to go to the doctor
Okay.
with a butt jar full of brownies. I
Okay.
just want to keep. I
Butt
want
jar.
to. I don't want to go in with a full house back there. So last night I start to limit my diet. Today
Okay.
I really scale it back. So like I'm done. I don't see him till 1:30. So
So do they tell you to do this?
So
or is that this,
I
this-
do it.
That's
okay.
the weird thing. I say to him, I go, that sucks that they tell you you can't eat. He goes, no, they didn't tell me nothing. This is just,
Just personal preference.
I don't want an accident because
Okay.
I'm gonna be.
All right,
I'm gonna
that's-
be in the fetal
that's-
position.
That's very kind of you. 'Cause I'm
Cheeks-
sure most people don't take that into consideration.
Cheeks splayed. The well is open, and I don't want an accident. How embarrassing would that be, man? If all of a
I
sudden,
would just assume they've seen the worst of everything.
I don't want
right?
him to see my worst.
No, bro,
I know he's seen the
he's
worst.
seeing your worst, man. You don't get worse than what
I
he's
know.
about to
Good
see on
point.
you.
Listen, man, these
Bats
guys.
will fly out.
These guys.
Send a canary in first. There's like 4 dead canaries in there, Kimmy. Do you know that?
But you know what I'm saying? I don't want him poking around and hitting something, harpooning a turd.
All right, so here's the thing. Kimmy, you had said, it's nice that Tommy does that out of consideration
Sure.
for the doctor.
Yeah.
That's not why he's doing it.
No,
Why are you doing it?
it's embarrassment.
There it is.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess back there.
No,
so
but
I want a clean whistle. So I want to make sure, like my last.
You're not getting graded on how clean it is.
I just don't want an accident.
Okay.
Okay.
I like a nice clean. Who doesn't want to have a nice clean rectum?
No, clean rectum's great. Everyone likes a clean rectum. You know, you use the baby wipes.
Especially
right?
then.
Fine. It's just weird that, the most basic human urge is to eat.
Yes.
And you are so insecure about an oil well going off.
You're Jed's a millionaire.
No country for old butt. That you have limited yourself to the most basic human instinct because you don't want the doctor being like, ooh.
So all I've had is cherry tomatoes and 1 banana. That's my last coffee for the day, and this is my last water.
So by 9 o'clock, he's going to be the most miserable human being on
Yeah.
the planet.
Already there.
Okay.
I only had last night. I had a piece of chicken and a little zucchini. That was it.
Does your wife know that you're eating less because of
I
this?
know.
I don't say anything.
Okay, it's probably.
We don't have too much ass conversation at the table.
Well, no, but this is your health. I would think your wife would want to know about it.
Well, she'll know afterwards. She doesn't want to know about the prep.
Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out if the average man has the same concern you do. Because what age do you have?
Poo in your dock.
Worst Otis Redding song of all time.
Sitting on the dock in this. That doesn't really work.
No, yeah, okay.
Yep.
What age?
We tried.
What age do you start getting the finger when you go for the physical?
So I think they start checking your prostate when you're in your 40s.
Okay.
So you're going to be coming up on that.
Okay.
Because do you get annual just straight physical?
Yeah, I get annual physical. I haven't
He
gotten
has
the-
a lot of doctors for his age.
Yeah, but that's because I'm the most unhealthy human being that ever existed. I might be dying right now.
So I think 40s when you get, I think 40s when everything starts cropping up in
You
your
have
body.
to just start doing like all the annual stuff.
Yeah.
Kimmy, can you Google when a man is supposed to get his first prostate exam?
When a man gets a physical, you know his cheeks got to be clean.
Because it's got me thinking. There are lots of guys in their 20s and 30s right now who just don't go to the doctor. Period.
I didn't start going to the doctor till I was 35.
Okay.
Seriously.
And it's possible that
Because then I had steady insurance.
that's just it. You have a good job, and then maybe you're committed to someone who wants you to be around for a
And
while.
issues start cropping up.
So I'm trying to imagine having the difference between having never gone to the doctor to potentially your first visit in a long time.
Yeah.
There's a finger going there.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would be a jarring. That's 0 to 60 hard.
Oh, it is.
A hard 0 to 60. All right, Kimmy?
Men should have their first prostate exam by age 50, but if you have a family history of prostate cancer, you should consider having your first prostate exam at 45.
Okay, did you have a family history?
So
Or did you just walk in and ask for the works?
I just said,
Can I get some wax up there, too?
some soft jazz. So, yeah, I think they recommend. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just does it. I don't know.
Are you sure you're going to a doctor?
I think so. It's over by Jiffy Lube.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy has a physical today, and as part of that physical, he has to get his prostate checked, which is very important. You should do this. But because he doesn't want to have an accident while the doctor is doing that check, he has limited his diet from dinner last night all the way up until the appointment at 1:30. It's just it's the weirdest vanity I've ever heard in my life.
Well, it's kind of like when people do that intermittent fasting.
No,
People
that's to
do that.
lose weight.
Yeah.
And to benefit
And that's
themselves.
not just like a 2-day thing. They have to that's like basically you change your whole lifestyle.
But people do it.
No, I get it. I guess what I'm asking is let's say you didn't do this at all.
Yeah.
Right. You were going to go in for the exam just every day like you normally do, and you had an eruption.
I would be so goddamn embarrassed.
Why?
And I'd almost feel like I'd have to tip him or something. Bro, if I got him like he had just been to the mud races, man, I gotta tip the guy.
You can't tip a doctor after he gives you a prostate exam. I'm pretty sure that's prostitution in New York State.
Well, wash your hands before I slip you a 20, but yeah.
No, man, like to Kimmy's point.
I would be devastated.
Devastated?
Man, that's so embarrassing.
No, but no one's going to know.
I mean, I want a little, especially when you get to be my age, the one thing you want to hold on to is any little dignity nature hasn't taken away from you yet.
No, but like this is...
You know what I mean?
Okay, look, I'm not your age. I guess I can't completely relate. And I appreciate
because I don't want to be,
say.
I'm inching towards diaper time. And I know what my father went through, and I'm trying to avoid diaper time.
I can appreciate everything you're saying.
I want a good, tight rectum and prostate to keep it tight.
Okay.
See, like that?
No.
That's my rectum. Tight.
Stop showing me your rectum. Look, I think it's great what you're doing, right? Like, more guys should be like you and go and get this stuff checked out. What I'm saying is, if you didn't change anything as far as your diet went, and you had an eruption today at the doctor's office, it's the only place where legally he can't tell anyone else what happened.
I know, but I'm changing doctors.
Really?
Well, yeah, but by the way, the doctor's not going to be the one that has to clean it up.
I know, but what if I got it on him?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's behind me.
Yeah, I gotcha.
He's the little boy with his finger in the dike.
There's no way that hasn't happened. And again,
I know.
They're
Yeah,
professional. They're professionals.
I get it. If it was going to happen, he'd be the greatest guy in the world to have it happen to. But I don't want to deal.
What other guy in the world would it happen to?
It would be weird if you were at your dentist and that happened.
25. Let's hope he changes gloves. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
Good, Joe.
Tommy, why are you so nervous, man? I mean, is this your first one you've ever gotten?
No.
You gonna get?
No, I've been getting it since since I've been 40.
Joe, how old are you, buddy?
What? 26.
So you've never had one of these before?
You got a baby ass, man. Don't even talk to me right now with your teen butt.
No, but I've had some. I know someone who's had one, and it's not the most delightful thing I've heard.
Well, are you talking about a colonoscopy or a prostate exam?
Prostate exam.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem enjoyable.
Yeah.
No.
But there's lots of things that aren't enjoyable that you have to do to make sure you don't die.
Right.
I was just hoping, you could tell Tommy, stop being a little bitch.
All right. Great call, Joe. That's a way to start it off Tuesday.
There was so much raw ass material there, and he dropped the ball.
I know. I think he was trying to find his next.
My God, my
next
mother
punchline.
could have done a better job.
I love how you're disappointed that he didn't viciously go after
Yes,
your butt.
I'm serving him up on a butt platter.
Tommy's serving up his tender butt.
Yes.
And what do? You trip over your own butt feet.
You little bitch.
No, it's funny because I'm getting a lot of Facebook messages from guys. I'll just read one of them here. This comes in from Dan. Dan writes us, "Why even go get this done? You're probably fine, Tommy. It sounds uncomfortable, and I wouldn't want to do it.
I was preventative medicine, man.
Yeah.
I want to know if there's a problem. Get on it early.
I'd rather take a finger than die."
Well, so if you
Put that on a t-shirt.
let's say you're going to the doctor, you're in your 50s, and this is just like a routine. Do you get this done every year?
Yeah.
So, can you?
And, some interesting
Like, to
Friday
this-
night.
I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
It's my gynecology.
Okay. No, he's right.
Right, because you have.
Like he was saying something profound.
Well, I think I did.
Let me tell you. You know what this is? This is my.
But I'm
Well, so women
wondering-
can relate because it's they're checking your holes.
Well, I guess my question is because coming off of that guy's comment, can you request to not have one if you don't want one?
I guess you could. You could just say I'm not, but.
Are there people that are that worried about it where they're like, I don't want to do it today?
Oh yeah, there are guys.
There's a famous guy that died because he wouldn't do it, and it's Vince Lombardi.
But that was also back in the 60s. 50s.
Bro, yeah, because they thought you were going to go to hell and burn.
To be fair, we still haven't found out if that's the case. I mean, nobody's come back and given us the information.
True.
No, there are entire cultures that have higher percentages of prostate cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the least macho thing you're gonna do all day.
No, yeah, but again,
Yeah.
I also don't want a tongue depressor down my throat. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
At least I hope that's a tongue depressor. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy has a physical today. He's got a prostate check. Because of that, he limited his diet last night and will not eat anything more this morning. Not because that was demanded by the doctor, but because he doesn't want to have an embarrassing accident
I want to be cleaned out.
during finger time. Barbara's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Barbara, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. Tommy, why don't you call that service that comes to your house for your dog to have your egg gland milked so you won't scooch around on the rug?
Better. We're
Okay,
getting there.
yeah.
Okay, all right. Barbara, have you had this done yet?
Yes.
Okay, do you?
And mine was called the Triple S, small, smooth, and soft. That's what you want. That's what you want to hear from your doctor. And I've had a colonoscopy, so I mean, and everything, the highway clean.
All right, well, that's
No speed
good.
Bumps.
Do you take
That's what you want to know.
do you take the same precautions Tommy does when it comes to like the diet the night before and all that stuff?
No, not at all.
Whatever happens, happens,
Oh,
baby.
man.
Oh, it's a barber button. It's going to get interesting.
Well, I make sure I go before I go to the doctors, and I go first thing in the morning. So that, I don't know if Tommy's an afternoon guy or he's a morning guy.
So I'm a three a day.
Yeah, he goes a
Three
lot.
trains
Three
in,
a
three
day.
trains out.
My buddy. Never mind. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. And look, we laugh, but you should go get this checked out if you're that age.
Absolutely.
If tough old Tommy Muley can handle it.
And and you know what? Remind your buddies too. Be a butt buddy. Remind your buddies to go have their butt checked.
We got a dynamite. Watch out for your butt.
Be a butt buddy.
Kind of breaking for you this morning here
Right.
on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
It's that new hot segment. Where are we getting our prostate checked in the neighborhood?
Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. She's going to remove street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
Have to listen.
Because there are clues in that post. And because you and me and everyone listening knows every stereotype, nuance about every neighborhood, suburb in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock. So set your phone alarm for that or stick with us. You got nothing better to do.
Absolutely.
You're probably
Come
going to
on.
get your prostate
Yeah.
checked later, right? It'll make you feel better.
Sit your ass down.
Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. This used to be a sign that your life had gone a terrible, terrible way.
Oh.
However, 1 in 3 Americans now say they could handle this, with a slightly less percentage saying they would prefer this over
It's a
the
bad
life
thing?
they're currently living. It was a bad thing. In fact, it was such a bad thing, it was a joke that people would say out loud. But Kimmy can back us up on this. There has been a social media turn where young people have taken these and turned them into places you look like you want to live.
Oh.
And we'll explain everything
Okay.
next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. Where even considering this idea meant you were on the balls of your ass.
Oh.
It was a punchline.
Yeah.
But apparently, these days, not only is this no longer a punchline, it's something that a large part of the American population actively would get excited about.
So it's a good thing.
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. If Rochester is known for a couple of things, garbage plates would be one of them.
Oh, yeah, number one.
Right? Lilac Festival, that's coming up. And people who threaten elected officials.
Oh, we're back in that season?
Once again, we have another man who has been arrested.
How high up in the food chain did he go?
I mean, for our state, pretty big. And
Okay.
as far as like national news,
Yeah,
no, you would understand why he went here.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. 1 in 3 Americans say they would not mind living in a van.
Jesus, how bad we go with
See,
that.
that's what I mean, man.
Gypsies now? That's a gypsy.
I think it's one of those things where people think they
looks
can
romantic.
do it until you do it for a while and then you want out.
Okay.
It's a temporary
Open
thing.
road, man.
Yeah, it's very Kerouac. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, Kimmy is dressed like you live in a van right now. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I mean that in the Instagram influencer way that people do this. Because,
I mean, I actually know people that do this.
all right,
Wait,
so
you live in a van?
Yep.
So
they travel.
let me explain to Tommy. It's called Van Life.
Yeah.
And
There's a movie they just made about it.
that movie came out 15 years ago when the kid died when...
No. It's like an old lady.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were
but
talking about...
they're like people that fell on hard times, and then they have like these caravans of people.
Oh, you're talking about van tramps.
Maybe.
No, I made that up, you idiot.
But it's like a lot of older,
Oh no.
gnarly looking people.
I think it's a younger movement currently.
Right.
It's called Van Life.
Well, it's basically you're busted.
No, it's a big thing on social media where folks will buy old vans, buses, rip things out of them, put in like
It's
a
not
bed.
cheap.
You're right. And there's a table and a sink. Think of the old VW campers.
But that's how
like-
you live.
Yes, and they live that way. And look, the influencers, Kimmy, who are doing this on TikTok and Instagram, there's no way they're actually living like this because they look super easy and romantic and they always look amazing
Right.
and they always have money rolling in. But
Eventually got a shower.
there's ways to do that. We'll get to
There
that.
is.
But it looks good enough, Tommy, where 1 in 3 Americans say they now would want to live that way.
Why would you want to live like that? It's so uncomfortable.
There is something romantic about it.
But you
You
and
get to
I lived
travel.
out of our cars, and it sucks.
Yeah, but think about you traveling with like a house essentially.
a little house.
Right, but
Yeah, but you're a little man.
But you could, like, would that have been better than some of the places you stayed at?
No, they both suck. But I just,
I think if you saw what some of these people are turning these vans and buses into, you'd have a different idea. I'm not saying it would be easy. It's still small, but it's not. It's doable, I guess.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you one of the 3 Americans who are in on van life, living in a van? Because there is something romantic about it, and I'll go even further. Most husbands would love van life. Think of the freedom. No mortgage, no lawn to mow, no house to keep up or clean or repair. You don't have to worry about neighbors or taxes, property tax or anything like that. You would be able to be free as you could be without being like an actual drifter.
So, but are some of these people just living in town like they live here in a van, or are they just driving around?
Both. I mean, you do both. You
How
find
do you pay for everything?
Well, so that's what's interesting about this. Now, Kimmy, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Well, the one couple, actually, I think both the people I know that do it, it's a guy and his dog, and another, it's a couple, 2 separate people. They both started doing it during COVID because they had the ability to work from home. And I think that I'm pretty sure they still have, I would imagine they still have the jobs that they had then, and they can just do it from wherever. So I think they thought, well, now this is my opportunity to move around, see things that I didn't get to see. I don't know. I guess it kind of gave them like a different perspective on life.
You're not a vagabond because you have a job.
Yeah.
Like, she's right. With the technology that exists today, you could live like this. You could be a contributing member of society, have a job, make money. You could still have television and streaming. It's not like you'd be shut out of what was going on in the world.
How about when you get into a fight with your old lady?
You take
I'm going up front.
You say you take a lunch.
I was gonna say
I'm right there.
I was gonna say you take a lawn chair and sit outside for a while.
What if the weather sucks
Okay.
too?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do this with somebody else. This is a strictly solo thing.
Okay, I could see that maybe. Yeah.
No, you're right. Like if my wife
It
and
would be
I.
hard to share that space
Yeah,
with
that
another
ain't
person.
happening.
Okay, so as soon as my wife gets uncomfortable, she's done.
Mm-hmm.
If it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too cramped, it smells in here, she's out. So we would get to our mailbox
Okay.
and we'd be done.
No, but like.
Turn around.
Look, man,
What?
I know there are other husbands listening, husbands and dads right now. 252 WCMF. 1 in 3 Americans say they wouldn't mind living in a van right now. The van life, baby. I mean, I love my family. You know that. You know that. I love my wife.
Yeah.
But the idea of just living simply with a bed and like something to stream stuff on and a job I can do on a laptop and I can go
Right.
wherever I want and it's just peace and quiet all the time. Do what I want when I want. That doesn't sound like you shut
It
up.
does.
You know it sounds awesome.
I know it does, but we're forgetting what it was like being on the road
Mm-hmm.
and the amount of road weirdos we ran into.
Yeah.
And I can't. No, I'm talking weirdos when weirdos were just coming up. Weirdos now have really perfected being weirdos.
You're talking modern day weirdo.
Modern day weirdo compared to the old school weirdos we ran into, I don't even want to know.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. And growing up in South Florida, I knew people that lived on boats. Like they came down, they just wanted to get away from it all because that's what Florida is, right? They'd hitchhike down, they'd rent a boat, they live on a boat, and it's miserable. It's absolutely miserable because you don't have any of all the comforts you take for granted have gone away.
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. I'm a pretty simple liver, right? Like I don't need much space. I don't like outside. Like I have no problem laying in a bed in a van all day. In fact, that's like a fantasy of mine is to lay in a bed in a van all day.
Okay.
Could you get laid in the van life if you're a guy, Kimmy?
Yeah, but it'd be a van chick.
I think if you are under a certain age, it's kind of a romantic idea for people. But if you're pushing like 40 and you're still living in a van, I probably don't see a future with you as a woman.
So that would mean then, as you said,
Think of the level of chick you're going to get in a van.
what is a van? Describe what a van chick is.
She grows.
She grows.
There
grows.
are other women that do this,
Yeah. And
Like
they
you
grows.
may as a van guy meet a van chick.
Yeah, but that van chick cannot maintain
Why?
her woman stuff the same as a woman who's in a house.
What
Why
are you talking
not?
about? Why not?
How?
What do you mean how?
You
How do
still
you clean it down
you
there?
still shower and bathe.
Yeah,
You're not getting it good.
bro, it would be.
And you're letting yourself go. To your point,
I would
you're
think a
laying
woman
around,
would
so
have
is
an-
she.
A-
She wants to like live the old
A lot of-
natural lifestyle. Think of that
He's just
hairy-legged,
talking.
inked up.
Can I hang up on you now?
What?
I would think it would be easier for a woman to live this life, just like size-wise, than a man.
Yeah, but all the things women need in a daily basis that they have.
Give me an example.
Makeup.
You can keep.
But why
makeup
would
in
I
a
need
van,
makeup if
and
I don't
yes,
see anybody?
Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to get an unmaked up woman.
She doesn't mean she can't put makeup on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does your Stepford wife wake
I
up,
know.
put makeup on before she sees you?
Jane changed that Kotex in 2 days.
No, I have to put on my.
Tommy's picturing like a woman like sleeping in like with a head full of rollers and freaking
What about the
getting up and
Kotex
putting lipstick.
situation?
Why could you not have tampons in a
Yeah.
van?
Where's she putting them?
It's called a van pond.
Where's she putting them?
What do you
In her-
mean? You're not supposed to flush
In
them
a
in a
van.
house.
In that tight-ass van.
Where do you
there's
think
gonna
they
be,
go in your house?
There's going to be steamy tampons in a trash can.
Steamy tampon? Why can't she just throw them out at like a garbage can when you
Yeah.
drive by
Because she's
somewhere?
lazy. She like you. She's just laying around.
Question.
Is that time of the
question.
month?
I have a question. What-
Ain't shaved my legs. Ain't changed my
Raising my
tampon in
hand.
2 days. What's that?
Raising my hand.
What's that?
What do you think happens to them in your house?
Well, they're in another room where it has air conditioning and filtration. And by the way, do those things have toilets? Like those little foot pump toilets?
Some people, but it depends on how big you go with your
Yeah.
van. I guess.
Like your standard van.
But you wouldn't need a toilet. You just drive to somewhere with a toilet and take a dump.
Man, you got to do like
What?
scuzzy ass KOA dumper.
No, you go to like good. Don't like Target always has good bathrooms. Just drive to a Target.
All right.
Right? I got
Well,
this
I've
all
seen-
planned out in my fantasy.
So I've seen people they'll buy like national gym memberships,
Mm-hmm.
and so like wherever they are, they'll just go and use the gym, shower
Right.
there.
Yeah, Planet
do
Fitness is
whatever they
$10 a
have.
month, man. You're paying $10 a month for a shower and a dumper. That's not bad. That's cheaper than it is in your own house.
All right.
What do you pay for water? You pay more than $10 a month.
So do you know who lives like this? That crazy quarterback for, I think he's at the Colts now. He's the one
Gardner
with the,
Minshew.
So he lives in a van in Naples, Florida, outside a gym, and he lives there like in the off season, and then that's what he does. He works out at that gym. He showers there, and then he plays pickleball with old ladies.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound romantic?
It sounds awesome.
It sounds romantic.
That guy's a millionaire, bro.
I know.
Well, he's not a
And
millionaire from van life.
Well, he might be. He's more of a millionaire than anyone else is because he ain't spending money.
And he
True.
chooses to live like that.
I know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about how 1 in 3 Americans now say they wouldn't mind living in a van, which is funny because it was just 20 years ago that living in a van down by the river was something you would say.
It was a Chris Farley joke.
Yes, and it was the ultimate representation of busted. Do you
You're a
wanna,
bum.
Yeah, you want to live in a van down by the river, and now 100 million Americans are like, oh, that's pretty sweet. But it makes sense. Like, you would own something. You would have your own space.
Well, it's the open road. It's freedom. That's what it's really about.
I think part of it is that. Part of it is that idea of like the beatnik, I'm just taking on the world. I think the other part of it is if you're of a certain age where you now it's starting to sink in that you may never own a home and that you could be paying X amount for rent every month, this doesn't sound bad.
You can see the country.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
The
of
good
it.
and the bad.
Okay.
And you know what I'm talking about, man.
Look,
there's
man.
that thing where you think I want to go see the Rockies,
Yeah.
but before you see the Rockies, you got to go see the Midwest.
Okay.
Okay, but the good news is I have a van and I can just drive somewhere else if I don't like where
That's
I
true.
currently am.
And maybe we didn't realize how good we had it when we were on the road, man.
I know.
Maybe-
we have no money.
Maybe we let it slip through our fingers, man.
Well, I mean, we took it all in. We saw it.
Yeah. And I have.
I mean, we had no distractions back then. We were stuck in our cars
I
with
had fun.
AM radio.
But I have fond memories of AM radio being stuck in my
I do,
cars.
but I also have those nightmares when I take a nap that I think I'm still on the road.
Yeah, but that was only when you were doing your set.
Oh.
252-WCMF. We'll take one call. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo. How are you, buddy?
Morning, Bubba Boys and Kimmy.
What's up?
Van Hair.
Okay,
What?
Van Hair from the Mole Hair. Yes,
Oh.
that's how. Okay, you got
Right.
there. Yeah, and he's gone. Great.
All right.
It's not even worth explaining.
No.
Let's take a break. Look, man, you talked about old weirdos and modern day weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the difference between vintage weirdo and modern day weirdo is modern day weirdo has an outlet for what he wants to say.
Yeah.
And because of that, we have seen an explosion in the greater Rochester area, upstate New York, of people making threats against specific types of citizens.
Oh.
And I hope to God, well, I don't know what to hope for because you don't want your community to be known for having the most of these psychos.
Yeah.
But if every community has as many as we do, that's almost scarier.
Okay.
We'll tell you what this 26-year-old man
That's young.
Yeah, is accused of, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are things you want your community to be known for.
Sure.
This is not one of them.
Ooh.
And what is terrifying and both hilarious at the same time, how these people seem to think they can do this and no one's ever going to figure out it's them.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock this morning. Tommy, you've said before, a good neighbor is worth their weight in gold.
Oh, yeah.
So you may be willing to look the other way when people that live around you do things that bother you, maybe offend you, maybe you take offense to. And that seems to be a situation that one man wrote us with. And it sounds like this is more aimed at you than it is Kimmy and I.
Okay.
He's got an issue. His new neighbors may have overstepped a boundary, and he's not sure what he should do. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. We have another person in our area in serious trouble for making threats against politicians.
Okay.
This time, it's a 26-year-old man from just west of us. Last week, he admitted to sending threats to the state attorney general and the judge involved in former President Trump's civil fraud case.
Okay.
He sent threatening text messages to them back in March. Authorities say he used an online paid background website not only to get their personal cell phones,
Oh.
he got their home addresses as well.
So this guy did his homework.
Well, that's just it. It doesn't seem like it's all that hard to do that homework.
Yeah.
So he sent these threats, Tommy, to their personal cell phones.
But he did it. Did he do it from his phone so they would know where this came from?
So that
'Cause you said text.
Yeah, it is a text. We don't know where he sent them from. However, we do have the texts.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Quote, this was to the Attorney General. I want to give you fair warning that you are not to permanently steal Donald Trump's assets or his property. Furthermore, you are not to imprison Donald Trump.
Okay.
He then texted the judge, quote, if you want to temporarily withhold his property or bank assets and give them back with interest, then that is totally fine. Which is nice that he gave them an option.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a straight
He
up.
didn't have to do that.
Yeah, you know?
He could have been a dick about it.
As crazy as he is, he was willing to work with both people he was threatening. You know what I'm saying? So in both text messages, he told the recipients that if they reported any threats, the threats he made to the police, he would defend himself with deadly force and go after them with deadly force.
So there's your threat.
Yep. Oh, and he also told the judge he owned a whole wall of deadly weapons. But the best part of these text message threats is what the 26-year-old did to try and throw him off the trail.
Okay.
He signed the text Brian Crandall, which is not his name. Like all the authorities were going to do that were handling this case were just go look for Brian Crandall. They weren't going to trace where the messages came from and do investigative work. They were just going to Google Brian Crandall.
Nothing to see here.
So, Tommy, you know, this is far from the first time we've seen something like this in our area. In fact, it's becoming a semi-regular news story. We had a man in our area arrested for leaving voicemails to Congressman Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer. He told one of them he was going to shoot them with a sniper rifle. Again, he left that in a voicemail in their office.
You call him like shifty shift.
We had a woman arrested for calling the White House and threatening President Obama. That same woman.
About her.
Yep, she was later arrested in a separate incident where she threatened a local judge. A man in our area did jail time, may still be in jail for threatening to kill Monroe County Supervisor Adam Bello. Then there was an incident. That incident, Tommy, where that man got up on stage and went after then gubernatorial candidate Lee Zeldin.
Oh, yeah, with the kitty knife.
Yep, 30-year-old man in our area was arrested after police say he tweeted out death threats to then President Obama and then Governor Andrew Cuomo. And what we're reading you, just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
There are a dozen more stories from the greater Rochester area that we don't even have time to get to. What the hell's going on, Tommy? And
it's easier to do now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think that's the only difference?
Yeah, I mean, to threaten somebody before, it took a lot more work. Now I could just pick up my phone and threaten anybody I want.
We're talking about a range of threats here. So maybe there are certain things that people think, well, that's never going to be traced back to me, not knowing how technology works.
And I think people think, too, well, it's freedom of speech. I have a right to say this.
Well, if they do, then why are they trying to disguise their names?
That's a good point.
I mean, no, I think they know it's illegal.
No, I think some people think that you don't have a right to limit my speech in their head, not thinking no, you don't have a right to threaten people.
Okay.
That's not a right.
Okay.
But they think in their mind, well, it should be.
Look, you might be right, maybe.
Because, it's a twisted concept. That's why I think we keep going down this road. You're right. Rational person would go, I shouldn't do this.
Well, just pass
I just won't vote for you.
obviously,
Yeah.
you shouldn't do this. That goes without saying.
Right.
But like once we get past that barrier, right, which is a barrier you shouldn't get past.
Right.
The idea that they're gonna find you.
Right.
Of course they're
Yes.
gonna find you, and you're gonna do serious jail
Yeah,
time.
they don't mess around with this stuff.
Potentially in federal prison, and you're going to destroy your life.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
going to destroy your life.
Yeah.
But I do find it interesting that your take is this has always existed. It's just now you can be lazy and do it.
It's just easier access, yeah. And don't forget, now you can go online and literally talk to people all over the world that agree with you.
Yeah.
And you didn't have that 60, 70 years ago, right?
Sure. So
You could just been that crazy guy at the office or at the work site. Now I could find communities to do anything.
Yeah, that's true.
And, misery loves company. You find each other.
Okay.
And you fuel each other's nuttiness.
Fuel each other's nuttiness. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about in the van discussion. Old weirdo versus new weirdo.
New weirdos are, they're stepping up.
No, but I think that the technology makes it seem like new weirdos are more dangerous. And I don't know, man. I don't know. Because, we knew some weirdos.
Yeah.
We met
But
some
they were
weirdos.
extremely isolated. They didn't have any friends to talk to.
You're right. Yeah, that's
And to your point, they don't even have to leave their house to find those other weirdos.
I mean, I can stay in my slippers all day.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You have another person from our area who was arrested, a 26-year-old man, for making threats against government officials. This time it was the state attorney general and the judge overseeing the Donald Trump civil case when they said they were going to take his assets. He sent text messages to the personal phones of the AG and the judge saying, don't do that. He then threatened them, told the judge, according to authorities, that he had a whole wall of deadly weapons. He will be sentenced coming up. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
Since this is my one phone call for the day, put me in for Penfield at 9 o'clock. Penfield, please. Thank you. So I'm looking up this story as you're saying it. And did you know there was a guy arrested yesterday for threatening the ATF?
I missed that. Oh, wait, no, I did see that. It was another young kid, too.
27.
Wow.
So,
The under 30 crowd.
You know how Tommy always says, it was easier to cheat 20 or 30 years ago?
Yeah.
I think that's our perspective as older people, is that we see stories like this and say, how in the hell did you think you were not going to get caught? Because we have the perspective of looking back at days when it was so hard to do things and so hard to get caught, that I don't think young people these days have that perspective. And they just say, nobody's going to figure out it's me. Or if they do think that they'll figure out it's them, that adds legitimacy to the threat that they're giving. Like, oh, they know it's me. They know that I'm serious, as stupid as it may be.
No, but that makes it even scarier. It's got to be the second one then, because, Tommy, I can't imagine anyone under the age of 40 that thinks they could send a text or an email or anything
Without
digital.
it being traced.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jeremy, we all know how this works now.
But these kids are in their 20s doing it.
Yes, and that's what's even more
Yeah.
terrifying.
Back in my day, son, you had to walk 10 miles to threaten Gerald Ford.
By the way, wrong guy. Twice in 2 weeks, man.
No kidding.
But, Jeremy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I bet you that maybe there's a segment of the young population who don't know what's involved in all the under-the-hood electronic things that make it so traceable. They just take it for granted because that's all they've ever known, right?
Oh, all right.
They've grown up in a household without a landline, right? The technology has always been there for them, so maybe they just don't think about it. I don't know. I got nothing. See you, Dick.
Great call, Jeremy. There you go. That call made me want to threaten Jeremy. If you want to never call the show again, I am okay with that. If you want to call the show sparingly, I am also okay with that.
Think about this. When you wanted to threaten the president back in the day, those were long-distance charges.
Cost you more money.
Oh, $3 a minute.
It's so bad.
How bad is it?
These threats against politicians, it's now keeping people who are interested in running for office from running.
Yeah.
So there was a story back on 10 NBC back in November that pointed out Sandra Dorley, who is the district attorney from the Monroe County. Okay. She was running unopposed. And that was the first time that it happened in 30 years.
Nobody wants to run anymore.
You got it. They could not find a candidate to run against her, which is a problem because no matter how you feel about the job she's doing or any politician, democracy doesn't work if you don't have a choice.
Yeah, you got to get people to step up.
Yeah, there should always be a choice, but there's so many of these stories in our area now. Folks are like, yeah, not worth it.
Yeah.
Not worth it. I mean, and it's on both sides of the aisle. Like we told you that Adam Bello the county supervisor. There was a man who did jail time for threatening to kill him.
Yeah.
Marcassini, who ran for county supervisor against Annambello and was the town supervisor at Gates for a little while. He had 2 threats against his life.
So and Lee Zeldin too was
Yes.
a Republican.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, it's not
And
limited.
and I was going to say, I think the more local the threat, the scarier it is because that person's not too far away. They may know where you live.
Well, you'd like to see it keep local. Let's keep some of the threats here.
Unless
I don't
you-
want to see threats going to China or Mexico or India.
No, but to Kimmy's point, like if you're Chuck Schumer that gets a threat from halfway across the country,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not fun, but that guy lives in Montana or whatever. If I'm a local politician and somebody that could drive to my house,
Yeah.
Yeah, or knows
Yeah.
my schedule.
Right.
Yeah, it could follow me to Wegmans, right?
and like what sucks about this, it's just going to get worse because things are heating up in the election cycle.
Well, we're coming into that time. Yeah, the big election.
yeah, and like what used to be annoying kind of feels a little scary now. Because Tommy, you see these stories and you start to think of the people you know personally that you could imagine maybe showing up in one of these stories.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I think everybody knows or at least is acquainted with someone. If you found out they made a threat against a politician, you'd be like, oh, that makes sense.
But you know, I mean, unfortunately though, this country kind of has a history of this. I mean, going all the way back, man. And I'm thinking of things I forgot about.
For example.
Like, I'm not thinking of, obviously the big presidential ones, but guys running for president back in the day and guys that just published things
Yeah.
that people didn't like.
Yeah.
And they got seriously effed up. I mean,
Yeah.
the guys that lived ended up in wheelchairs.
No, you're right about that.
Like, I mean, you forget the 60s and 70s, how violent things were.
Sure.
Different time, but pretty ugly.
No, you're right. Let's fingers crossed like we're not on
Yeah.
the precipice of something
Yeah, of
happening
course.
here. But like to that point, like everybody knows someone that could end up being this person. Going back to the story that started this, the 26-year-old man who admitted to the threats against the AG and the judge, he worked at a deli in a grocery store.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of people came across him on a daily basis, work with him, talk to him. Like that would be unsettling. If you found out, like if we found out Moose down the hall was sending threatening text
Yeah.
messages to politicians.
Well, especially if he or she isn't a person that's put stuff out there before, because like I could think of like a lot of people that put some stuff on social media. Now it's not a threat, but it's getting pretty close. You know what I mean? So like there may be some people that don't necessarily surprise you when they pop up as
Okay.
getting in trouble for something like this, because maybe like there were some things that led up to that you could see like they were kind of going down that road.
Okay. Well, like the bottom line is, like you said, Tommy, you never know who these people are going to be.
You don't.
Right? And it's important to keep folks that you don't know all that well on your good side.
Yes.
Especially if those people are going to be living next door to you.
Be nice.
With all of that being said, there's a gentleman who has himself an issue, and it feels like this Facebook message is directed more at you than us.
Okay.
Because you are the neighborhood, like,
Well, I'm
knowledge
an
guy.
old neighborhooder.
His neighbors, at least he thinks, stepped over a boundary,
Okay.
and he didn't like it. But, as you would like to say, Tommy, a good neighbor is worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
So is this something you step out and go, hey, listen, you can't do this anymore? When you swallow it down for the sake of harmony?
You know, I'm a big time swallower. I'll swallow it all.
We'll read you the Facebook message, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, you said before,
Yeah.
a good neighbor is worth their weight in gold.
Brother, preach.
So being close with a neighbor, good buddies, that can go a long way. But at the same time, you also need to establish boundaries when starting that relationship.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the issue one man is facing in a new place with new friends he needs to keep. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, I got something you can do with your friends.
What's that?
Big night on Thursday.
What's Thursday night?
What do you mean, what's Thursday night? The future of the NFL is Thursday night.
Oh, boy.
The NFL draft. 3 networks all at the same time.
Damn.
First round. And if you want to watch the draft, you can do it with a super cool, handsome guy.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Yeah. I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh, which is one of the best places to watch a sporting event.
It's number one.
It's amazing. So not only is the NFL draft going to be on, you'll have NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs.
Oh, my God.
I'll be hanging out there Thursday night from 7 to 9. So me being there is cool enough.
Yeah.
12 wings for $12.
All right.
How about that? $3 Jenny Light pints, and the Tap Room at Bill Gray's will have prizes too.
Okay.
So we'll see you out there Thursday night, NFL draft with the WCMF crew at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh with your friends from CMF. I have a Facebook message.
What happened?
A man who asked us not to use his name. Are you ready?
Yes.
He writes us, quote, "Hey guys, I have a serious problem. My family moved into our new house in Hilton in January, and the last couple of weeks, we're just starting to meet our neighbors. When the weather got nice a few weeks back, I started inviting some of the guys over for a beer in the garage where I have my beer fridge."
Oh.
You with me so far?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. He goes on. "They all seem nice, and we'd stand there for an hour and chat. They started coming over when I'd be outside without asking, which I'm totally cool with, and we'd hang for a while. On Tuesday, I got home late from work at like 7 p.m. to find 3 of my new neighbors in my garage drinking beer.
Okay.
My wife was home, but they didn't ask if they could come over. I saw on my camera 2 of them just walk into my garage, grab beers, and stand in the driveway.
What are they, black bears?
And they invited the 3rd who was walking by."
So they're mooches. You got 3 neighborhood mooch.
Okay. He goes on.
Glommers.
We're not done.
All right.
He said, "This is way over the line.
Yeah.
And I don't like seeing as how my wife and kids were inside the house the whole time. But I also don't want to say something and destroy the neighbor club that started. Do I say something or am I overreacting?"
I'm locking that thing up.
Wait, what?
I would shut my garage and lock it up because they said they could just walk into his garage and have beer.
Yeah.
I will read you the quote again. I
It's a
saw
beer
on my
cooler.
camera 2 of them walk into my garage, grab beer, stand in my driveway.
This is
and
what bears do, right? You watch them on the camera go into your car and like look around for stuff. Yeah, you can't have that, especially if they're drinking on your house. What if something happens?
Wait, you're saying shut it down?
Oh yeah, you cannot have people just walking into your house. But right, what's that going to cost you?
No, by the way, they weren't walking into his house. They walked
They're
into his
just hanging
garage.
in
There
the
is a
garage,
difference.
Waiting for him to get home.
And what if something happens after
Like-
they've been drinking?
Like what?
Well, how about somebody hurts themselves and it's at your house that you let them in on?
They're not teenagers.
No, you could fall down and get sued and lose the house.
Okay.
I didn't.
could
My mind
lose the
didn't go
house.
there.
Well, because you're a young homeowner, you ignorant.
No, I just.
No, you ignorant.
No, I just grew up in a world where this was completely normal.
Parents
For-
people went to your parents' house and drank beer.
My dad was friends with all the guys in the neighborhood, and this would not have been a weird thing for any of them to do to each other.
I'm kind of with her on this.
Really?
Yeah.
Especially in the garage. Like, that was like #1 hangout spot.
Like,
But you're not there.
Yeah.
I mean, it would. I guess since he's not there, it's a little strange, but I don't think it's like a weird thing for those guys to show up unannounced at a neighbor's house.
Okay, so your dad knew these guys, right?
Yeah.
He don't know these guys. These are new neighbors. Like
yeah.
if you establish
but I
maybe
would
something,
almost see it as like they accepted me into their neighborhood club.
I
yeah,
kinda saw
they
the
like
same
you
thing.
because it's free beer.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, you know what the difference is here. This
Yeah.
is a spoiled rich kid in his gated community.
It's
versus...
mine.
It's mine.
It's all mine.
Technically, it's not.
It's my beer.
All right, so I guess maybe the timeline, because look, Kimmy, my first thought was Mike being a kid
Yeah.
too. Like, there was a guy in our neighborhood that had a beer fridge. He had a pool too, and if he wasn't home, the guys would have no problem going into his garage and
That's
going into
so
his pool.
weird.
And he never said anything about it. There isn't like a neighbor home base when you get along with a bunch of your neighbors in the neighborhood.
I always feel weird when anybody says, "Well, just come over anytime." Like, I'm not going to do
weirds you
that.
out?
No,
Well, I think it's a welcoming gesture, though. Like, even if you don't take advantage, you wouldn't want somebody to say that to
But I
you.
would never take advantage. I wouldn't like go use somebody's pool and they weren't home and like I lived there, drink their beer, and then go back to my house.
Really? Why?
Like, thanks, sucker.
Why not?
Because you're a sucker.
Well, no, but if they offer that, why
That's a
would-
sucker. That's a desperate person.
Okay, I have an old buddy of mine whose dad, it turns out, lives in the neighborhood that I live in. I found this out a year ago.
Wait, where you live now?
Yeah.
There.
And I had said, hey, man, look, anytime you're in the neighborhood, pop by. And he goes, no, that feels
You hate
weird.
Popeye.
I love this
I
kid.
don't even have the Popeye.
Yeah, because I spend enough time with you here. With all due respect. And I love you. You're my buddy. Who's my buddy? This guy. No, but like,
What?
he says to me, I don't want to just pop by. It feels weird. And
Yes.
it was weird that he wouldn't just pop by.
Because it is weird.
All right.
And like drinking, you're not there, your wife and kids are home. It's not good.
All right, we got folks sitting on hold. Let's just break this down real quick before we go to the phones. Because, again, this man who doesn't want his name being used moves into a new neighborhood. The last couple of weeks, he's meeting his neighbors. It says now, for a couple of weeks, he's been inviting these guys over to have beers in his garage.
So he's already
Established.
Yes.
He said, come on over.
Yeah. But he came home to find, late at work, to find on Tuesday, 3 of his neighbors in his garage drinking his beer. Wife was home. They didn't ask if they'd come over. He said he went back and checked the camera. Saw 2 of them walk in the garage, grab beers, stand in the driveway, then invited a third man walking by into his driveway. If you say something, Tommy, to these guys, they're going to get pissed.
Right. That's why I'm just quietly shutting it down.
Wait, how do you quietly shut it
I
I'm
down?
mean,
locking my stuff up.
Wow.
I don't.
That's even more.
That sends a message.
Okay.
You don't have to say it.
That's-
You're going to go with this Queen Chintz?
What? But
People
here's
walking
the
out
thing.
with your high-end craft-ass
My
beer.
husband would love if people
Craft
just stopped.
You
over.
see, but it's money coming out. $8 a can. There they go.
No, that's why you only keep cheap beer in the garage.
And I would think that these guys doing that at his house would also expect him to do the same at their house.
Would you want it,
Like
though?
they would. What? Oh, I wouldn't care.
As a wife.
No.
A
Why
bunch
would
of
that
humps,
bother me?
A bunch of humps in the garage.
I don't care. They're in the garage.
They're taking a whiz on the side. They ain't coming
Better
in the
than
house.
in the bathroom? I don't
Oh,
know.
how about they want to use the dumper?
Sure.
I got a craft beer bowel movement coming.
What are you talking about?
I got an IPA, and it's,
I
and
don't
it's
think I
peaking.
don't see this as all that weird.
An IPA.
And it's
ass
peaking.
peak.
It's got an ass peak. It's already it's domed.
I'm also
Like
gonna
as Hawaiian volcanoes. CNN's out front talking about it.
I'm also gonna go out on a limb and say that these guys all do stuff for each other. Like you need that guy who's gonna need you eventually for something else.
She's right.
So if you shut
don't
it
do
down,
this.
like you say, don't bother going to them for anything
Y'all
you
don't
need
do
in the
this.
future.
No,
You're
I mean-
all a bunch of isolationists just like me. We should all be living in Ruby Ridge.
252 WCMF. If we're living in Ruby Ridge together, we're no longer isolationists. Let's talk to Greg. Hey, Greg, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Tommy, you know, I agree with you with everything on the show except for this one.
Welcome to the light side, buddy.
All right.
So it's like 99% of the time I love you, Tommy, but you're a wuss if you're going to freaking kick these guys out. When I was in our neighborhood 15 years ago, or maybe more now, we did the same thing, and that's how you figured out, you know, who was who and how to weed them out.
How do you weed them
wait,
out if
wait,
you
wait,
already
stop.
got the
Yes,
house?
stop.
I have
hold
some
on.
questions.
What is the weeding out process, Greg?
Well, the ones that don't seem to want to like be cool and hang out with us, then you just don't seem to like take them back on again.
What do you
You know,
just
if you're gonna be a wuss and like not be cool. I mean, we got guys. We would just walk in our house, use the bathroom, and walk out just freaking for fun. So we christened the new neighbors. They came in. The guy decided to paint his garage floor. They left for the day. Everything was in the front lawn. Me and my other neighbor decided to put signs at everything with a garage sale.
That's kind of funny.
So him and his wife, the brand new neighbors, come home to a garage sale that they didn't have.
Wait, like people were buying their stuff?
No, we didn't let anybody do it. We were in a cul-de-sac. We were, so it was just. But it was just the point of it. It's like, let's see how this guy holds up.
That's too chummy for me.
Wait, you're
Put it to the
hazing.
test.
You're hazing neighbors,
Yes.
Greg.
It's like you're at Dartmouth.
So did they hold up? Were they cool, Greg?
Hey, guess what? After 17 years, we're all still best
Oh,
friends.
there you go.
I think everybody hates you secretly behind your back, Greg.
All right, that's fine. I'm good.
That's too
Thanks,
chummy
buddy.
for me. I don't like chummy crap.
I find it weird.
You're the same guy, man.
Well, no, like if there was someone that was cool who lived near me.
Yeah, but that doesn't exist because you set the bar so high. I like how you like to think you're like this open-minded guy to these people that you'll never let in your life.
What are you talking about?
You're such a liar,
Nobody's
man.
ever walked into my driveway with a beer. If that was the case, I'd be happy to be that guy. Till then, stay out of my driveway.
Do you want to make drunken small talk for an hour in your garage?
Better than sober small talk.
Okay, but and you're going to get that every week, same story.
Okay, look. I agree with you that it's not an ideal situation. No. Although I do have romantic memories of my dad and his buddies and the neighborhood softball team and how every Saturday or Sunday someone would be grilling and we'd all be outside in somebody's garage. Like I wish I had that. But even if you're not all gung-ho on neighborhood boys club walking into your garage and taking beers without asking while you're not home, like Kimmy said, there's strength in numbers.
Yes.
You need these people. Yeah. And if you put a padlock on your fridge, which is the most coward way to handle it.
I'm just shutting the garage and locking things up.
Okay, so what happens? Let me ask you a question. All right, because again, as we're talking about this Facebook message, guy who asked us not to use his name says he moved into a new neighborhood. He's meeting the new neighbors as the weather's getting nicer.
Guam Lane.
A couple of weeks back, he invited him over for a beer. He's got a beer fridge in the garage. Says on Tuesday, he was late home from work, came home to find 3 of his neighbors in his driveway drinking his beer, said, checked his camera. 2 of them walked up the garage, into the garage, grabbed beers, and invited a 3rd man who was walking by. Yeah. He says he doesn't like it. He wants to say something, but he doesn't want to destroy the little neighborhood club. So your advice to him is lock the beer fridge.
Just close the garage, lock the side door.
Okay.
That's it.
No, but his wife's going to be home. His wife was home in this thing, so she's got to live in a locked-up castle?
My wife would not tolerate this for a second.
Are you sure?
What, beer bums coming around the house when I'm not home,
but they're
boozing
not
it up on our
strangers,
dime?
they're neighbors.
Bro, your wife is your wife's very communal.
Oh, her friends would be fine. My busted-ass buddies, you know who they are? She don't want those slouches coming around.
We're not talking about your buddies. We're talking about your neighbors.
Bingo. There's a huge difference. This ain't people we like.
Yeah, but I only attract a certain kind of guy. Bum-ass glom.
The Tommy Bums Club.
Limited vocabulary fart machine.
We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. Let's read some Facebook messages. Dan writes us at WCMF break room. Wait, no, you always get us at the W. Okay. Dan says, this guy's being a bitch. What does beer cost? $1? You can't spare
$1? Where are you getting dollar beers?
You can't spare $3 for people who will keep an eye out on your house, your family, call the cops if something goes wrong. Maybe you should start a GoFundMe for his bitch beer supply. No, he's right. Like, if I'm getting like a 12-pack of, economy beer, it's $1 a beer.
Okay, if you got a beer fridge, guys I guess they're stepping up. I got a buddy who has a beer fridge.
Yes.
And he stocks it with nothing but premium local brands.
No, I stock local brands.
I wasn't talking about you.
Well, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you.
Who are you talking about? I have my 3 heads in there. Yeah. I also have...
They ain't cheap. Yeah. Quality beer.
I also have
both.
Jenny Lights and Kolsch and all that stuff.
You ain't getting that Kolsch stuff for $1 a can.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it's not
expensive.
Can?
They lining up around the block for $1 a can?
Man who's never had one of those in his life is going to tell me what it costs. Yeah, man, it's not that big a deal.
And by the way, that adds up.
But again, like if you are going into their garage and drinking their beer, it's a wash.
That I get. I ain't that guy.
So they're just coming to you.
I'm not coming over for your busted ass grapefruit beer.
252.
Boring ass conversation.
A second ago it was amazing, expensive grapefruit beer.
Well, I learned.
Let's talk to Kyle, 252 WCMF. Hey, Kyle, what's up, buddy?
I think it's common even like out in like the rural areas because someone just stopped in like if I came home and someone was in my barn, it wouldn't even.
Yeah, but it's different in the country because y'all mosey. If I'm out moseying and I see you out at the old Haney place, I might stop in for a quick chat and a whittle. I get it, man. But the city life is different.
What's the difference between a walk and a mosey?
It's country walking.
Oh, okay.
You take your time, you stop, you look at things.
Kyle, living in the country, when he said y'all mosey, did you understand immediately what he said?
No, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Wait, moseying's done in the country.
Mosey on over for a barn beer.
I mean, I would say like if just someone's driving by and they see the lights are on, that's pretty much they're just gonna pull in. It's not necessarily that no one will be home and they'll pull in, but if they see the barn doors open or the lights are on, they'll just swing in.
Barn doors always open at Kyle's house.
Pile on in, boys.
Just like your mom.
Kyle, I was on your side, you dick. Jeez. Bye, Kyle. I hate Kyle.
I think of how many of these stories we read about in the country where it starts in somebody's front yard after a couple of beers. My God, half the stories of those 315 stories, it's all of a sudden a knife. Hey, we found another unusual weapon turned up. Probably started with a beer run. Probably started with a beer run. I was moseying on over.
You're describing your sister's wedding, not stories that we have happen here.
By the way, according to you, all those country stories start because of a love triangle, not a barn beer
The love triangle develops because he was drinking at your house when you wasn't home.
After a mosey.
After a mosey, and he got into your wife's barn back door.
We got more Facebook messages coming in.
There's your Ribs Arkansas double album.
How's that go?
He got into her back room barn door. That's why when she sits, it's so damn sore.
He stumbled out of the blocks and he never recovered.
I got to sore and door.
Rick writes us on Facebook. He says, this guy has to lay down the law or he's going to get a bunch of clingers. I went through this where I used to live, and it won't be too long until they're inviting themselves over for cookouts and never leaving.
They're feral cats.
You have your friends, your neighbors you're friendly with, and your neighbors. It's important to all keep them separate. Okay, man, you do you.
You don't want to do an open door policy. People are going to take advantage of you.
Even if they take advantage of you, that security of having those people on your side for the rest of your time living in that neighborhood, you can't put a price on that.
Okay, but there is no written guarantee that they're going to step up when you need them.
Beer does amazing things. Put that on a T-shirt.
Okay. All right.
It's your boy. It's your neighbor. He invited me in to break bread in his home, open a can of beer in his home. I'm going to look out for that guy.
All right.
You're not, because you're a selfish ass.
I keep it in-house.
All right, well, let's say you don't want to hang out at your garage. You want to go out and spend time with the boys somewhere else.
All right.
Great news.
What's that?
As of yesterday, these are now wide open here in the greater Rochester area.
Oh, yeah, here they come.
Come on, buddy. And we've seen...
We talking about the stick dicks? You know what I'm talking about.
Is there anyone that you don't think is a dick this morning?
Oh.
Me. I'm cool. But you know the stick dicks are out, man.
All right, listen.
And we know some major stick dicks.
We saw a massive increase in weekday golfing the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And something I want to ask you, because you're a man who grew up on the more privileged side of life.
Yeah, I've been familiar with the golf.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone who golfs more than blank times a month is a bum.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The season is upon us, Tommy.
What season is that, Pat?
Well, for a place with a bunch of dreary, wet, and cold months, we sure do love golf here.
Oh, yeah.
And this week, you can get back after it whenever you want to.
Let's hit it.
And you've never heard anybody say too much of a good thing can be a problem, right?
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45, the Buffalo Sabres, about a week ago, fired their head coach.
They get a new guy?
Kind of. They have a guy.
What's a kind of coach?
Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
Oh, they brought an old guy back?
Just after 7:45. Do you not have the news? This was a major story yesterday.
There's no such thing as a major hockey story. It doesn't exist.
You in a way said this would happen.
I called it?
I think you were joking.
No, he's my boy back.
He was joking. You said it could be legitimate, and he doesn't even remember.
And I said, go get this guy. And they went and got that guy.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really? But they went and got that guy.
They don't know what they're talking about because they haven't made the playoffs in 13. All right, we'll get to it. Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Golf season has officially begun in Rochester.
Yep.
Yesterday, Durant Eastman, Gen Valley, Churchville opened, and folks came out in droves. Although, if you are going out, it is because of the weather. Like one of those, you got to keep the cart on the path.
Oh, yeah, everything's wet and soft.
And I don't think the driving range
It's very wet and soft. Damp.
Is it wet, soft, and damp?
Yeah, like the holes are slick.
Yeah.
And fast.
No kidding.
Yeah. I already did mine. I'm
golf. No, your mother's never been fast. She's a slow burn, baby. Nice and gentle. And really, saying the season started yesterday is wrong because there are private courses that have been open for like a month now because we've had that really nice run of weather. And if you want to find a golf round in the greater Rochester area any day of the week, it's not hard to do because we have so many courses. Something that people take full advantage of.
Oh, sure.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many rounds of golf does someone have to play a month before you consider them a lazy bum?
If you're playing 4 times a month, that's a lot. And it's expensive.
Once a week? No, really? That's
expensive.
No, I'm not saying. I know it's expensive, but at what point does your golf game start to take away from the things you're supposed to be doing?
So you think once a week is okay?
Yeah, there are people that play in a golf league that play once a week.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's fair. Like, I mean, I think.
But those guys are such dicks. Like, we know 2 sets of foursomes of guys we can't stand.
Well, okay.
And don't be getting, I like some of those guys. You know?
Well, that's just 8 people you can't stand.
Exactly.
I mean,
But they also found each other in golf clubs.
My personal feeling about someone and whether or not they're golfers, those 2 things are different.
Okay, all
right? Like, if you play beer league hockey, basketball, volleyball, soccer, you play once a week. I don't think, Kimmy, 4 times.
But golf's a way long commitment.
Yeah, but once
it's
a
4 to
week
6
you can have a
hours.
full-time job and still play golf once a week.
And some of
you know
those,
what I mean? Like, it hasn't completely taken over your life, I would say.
But that means most of your spare time, if you're like a guy like you, you do not have 6 hours on a weekend to commit to golf. I'm talking about from out the door and home. You ain't got that.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But, I mean, some of those leagues are 9 holes, right?
Yeah.
On a Tuesday, Wednesday,
Yeah, you play
Thursday
those night leagues or after evening league. Okay.
So I'm going to say 4 is not too much.
4 nights a week?
No, 4 a month. I said a month, you idiot. With all due respect.
That's why we can't be a foursome.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
How many rounds of golf does someone have to play a month before they're a bum? And let's keep on. We're not talking retired. We're talking working age, maybe a family.
You know,
now, your old man plays golf.
Yeah, he does.
Good, right?
I would say he maybe in the summer goes like once or twice a month. He's not, going a ton. But
what number would he have to hit where you'd start to be like, all right, this is getting ridiculous? Yeah.
I would say like for him especially, 2 to 3 times a week would be a lot.
So you'd be okay with 8 golfs a month before you started to get worried?
Yeah, I think so.
But that's just about all your free time.
Yeah, I mean, and he works weird hours, so he could do it on weird off days where I guess it wouldn't be all that weird for him to go out and play 9 holes.
Okay. Now we know that people are golfing in Rochester more than the last 20 years.
Oh yeah.
Because the last couple of years, we saw a massive increase in weekday golfers.
The COVID syndrome.
Yeah, and the assumption is those golfers are the work-from-home crowd. Now, keep in mind, we had a study a couple of years ago that said 9 in 10 work-from-home people say they have done work, a day of work, just on their cell phone at some point in their career.
Yeah.
So it's not out of the question that you could actually be at work and golfing at the same time.
That's got to piss off a lot of people. You're golfing and working.
Well, golfing and working?
Working and golfing.
I know multiple people who do this.
I mean, why would you take that away from them if they can do their job?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
It seems a little arrogant, man. You're literally playing a game while you're working.
Okay, now you can say that's arrogant, and that's a valid statement. It's also arrogant of a man sitting in a leather chair who works 4 hours a day to call those people arrogant.
Could your dad have done that if he wanted to?
Yeah.
I thought all of our dads did this if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, my old man played golf on weekends. Yeah. And when he moved to Florida.
No, I meant while he was working.
Oh, yeah. But back then he wasn't working. He was literally, there was no work from home back then like that.
Right.
So he just went and golfed.
I guess to my point, at least you can kind of stay connected to work while you're doing it now.
So 3 things he always had in his car, his office car. His golf clubs, a fishing pole, and a bathing suit. And my old man sometimes would go to the beach.
People worked really hard for a living.
He'd go for a swim. He would go for a swim in Lake Worth Beach in Florida, hit the public showers, hopefully by himself, and then came home.
As we talk about, the local courses, public courses opening yesterday.
I am jealous. Are you jealous?
Well, let's talk about that. 252 WCMF. How many rounds of golf does someone have to play a month before you consider them a golf bum? Because, Tommy, to your point, what you just said, folks who golf have the ultimate escape.
Yeah.
It's hard to get caught when you sneak away. You're out in the middle of the field with some buddies.
You drinking.
Yep. And even if you do get caught sneaking out to golf, you can make the argument, I'm getting exercise. I'm out.
You're getting about the lowest form of exercise there is.
All right, if a guy wants to walk 9, walk 18, his partner cannot say,
no.
Well, what are you doing out there? Right. No, I'm getting my steps in.
Okay.
Check out my Apple Watch. Look at all my steps. Right? You can argue that you need to spend some time with friends you haven't seen for the sake of your mental health. And it's also socially acceptable to get rip-roaring drunk while you're out playing.
Yeah.
Right? It's the kind of activity, golf, that's looked at in 10 different ways by 10 different types of people, right? Some people see it as an absolute necessity. Some folks look at it as helping the local economy.
It does.
Right? Because there's a ton of golf courses.
Oh, yeah. And everybody can play golf now. It's not this snooty rich guy sport anymore.
You got it. You can go find places with $15 greens fees. And it's romantic.
I hate golf. I hate playing golf.
You and me both.
But I am jealous of guys that golf.
But, yeah,
because I wish I had that kind of commitment to something for 6 hours.
We could go play golf.
Every time I did it, it sounded like fun. And I can remember going, man, I would be making the turn, right? I go, God, we got 9 more of these, man. This blows.
I know. Well, why don't we join a 9-hole golf league with a bunch of bums?
Because we're not those guys. We're jerks. That's the other thing. We're jerks. We like to run our mouths and we like to make fun of everybody. And golfers, there's always one serious guy in that foursome that acts like he's at the Masters. That guy that has to line up his putt, like he's Jack. He's going to hold the putter up and line it up. That guy does not have a sense of humor.
You just have to find the right folks. You know how much my dad runs his mouth? He was a scratch golfer. He was winning medals in the Police Olympics in golf. That's a real thing, by the way.
Right.
He medaled in the National Police Olympics in golf.
The other thing is when you play with a guy like your dad, he's going to get frustrated because I can't keep up. If he's
no, he'll just be happy he's beating you probably.
That and it gives him more time to drink.
All
right. I think we're winning here. Let's go play golf with my dad.
All right.
252 WCMF 252 9263. I had asked you how many times a month does somebody golf before they're a bum? You said 4.
I think 4 is a lot.
Kimmy's at 8. Let's talk to Jason. Hey, Jason, what's up, buddy?
How are you?
Good, Jason. What do you got?
I golfed over 80 times last season. And that didn't affect my schedule one bit. I actually own my own business. I'd get out at 5:30 in the morning. And if you're golfing alone or even with one buddy, you can get through a round of 18 in, 2.5, 3 hours. I can get out by 8 and still work my full day.
I'm so good at golf. It only takes me a couple of hours.
You married? You got kids? What's a sitch, Jace?
Engaged with kids.
All right. Wait, you're engaged with kids and you managed to golf 80 times?
I've never golfed the weekend, never golfed at night. It's always in the morning.
Man.
Oh, damn.
All right. Well, okay. How old are the kids? They got to get on the bus? Your fiance's okay with that?
4 and 17.
4 and 17. Okay. You spread them out there, Jason.
Yeah.
All right. You take the 17-year-old out?
He's tried. Yeah, he's into it. He hasn't gone a couple times, but
more my, it's kind of my escape to get out there in the morning when it's quiet, no one's around.
All right, Jason, just you and I talking. Nobody can hear you, right? Just a couple of bros broing out. Do you prefer spending time with your 17-year-old on the course, or if you were given the choice, would you rather be there alone?
I think it's perfect mix of 50-50.
You cheap, you lie. Why you lie, Jason?
So like, you have a smart answer into
you have like
radio.
Wait, so do you golf by yourself or do you golf with other guys 80 times?
I play a lot of solo rounds, and I've got like one or two golf buddies. One of them, he probably played, at least 50 of those rounds with me last year. I mean, I've already been out probably 20 times this season.
What a weirdo.
What? No, I mean, he's got a hobby.
He's a morning weirdo golfer loner.
It's the best. It's quiet, man. It's peaceful. It's quiet.
So's your bed.
Yeah, but you're a morning person. Like, you could easily do this. Like, you wake up so early, you just wait for the rest of the world to catch up to you.
Listen, when I wake up, I'm already miserable. I don't need another reason.
Jason, based on Tommy's assessment, you are a bum. I'm sorry, man, but I appreciate the call.
That's why I called, just to say it.
Jason, thanks, buddy. He got you good. We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. My husband went out more than 100 times last year, at least 3 times a week, sometimes 36 holes a day.
He does not love you. He does not.
No.
He finds you annoying and wants to get away from you. There's no other reason. That's a
Some
ton of
people
golf.
enjoy golf.
I don't think Rory has that schedule.
I mean, but what's the difference when it comes to time? Like, if there are people that'll want to work out 90 minutes a day.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as going to play 9 holes.
I think, all right.
What's the difference if you're doing it every single day?
How many people work out 90 minutes a day?
Only the most elite.
You say you only do an hour.
It's between an hour and 90 minutes.
Well, look at you.
Yeah, kicking it. I mean, look, hey, man, hashtag stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Going back with Jason, talking about the kids, right? Like a 17-year-old. Is teaching your kid to golf a good or a bad idea? Because there was that old argument, Tommy, like you were talking about your dad. Teaching a kid to golf was good because business was done on the course.
Okay, as if you're a businessman.
No.
That's great if you own a business.
All right, let me put it this way. I know multiple boys and girls when I was a kid whose parents signed them up for golf lessons thinking that they were going to be like in business meetings on golf courses closing deals.
Okay.
Is that the case anymore? Because I don't look at golf as like a business thing.
No, I mean, business gets conducted on your phone.
Okay, like, look.
What do you think? Are they going to sit there and close the Murphy deal?
I don't know business, so I asked that question. Yeah. But I wasn't asking you, because if there's someone who knows, the only person who knows less about business than me is Mr. Non-Business.
Well, he only thinks you can have one job in business, and that's sales.
Yes.
And you're always closing the Murphy deal. And here's the thing, if you teach your kid to golf, you could be signing them up for a life of frustration, a fortune on equipment, greens fees, and that's another generation of them sneaking away to go out and abandon their families. And
by the way, that generation probably doesn't get to sneak away now. I'm guessing you're golfing as a couple.
Is that a bad thing?
Bro.
What? I'm asking you a question. What time is it? Is your wife up yet?
I'll tell you right now, man. My wife would not want to golf with me.
No, look at you trying to turn it around, you coward
But
ass
he's probably right.
Well, no, let me ask you a question. Let's say that your wife, she sees the news and, she sees like you do. It looks romantic and everyone's out there and having fun. She goes, Tommy, listen.
All right.
I think we should take a golf lesson together. I signed us up for a couples beginners golf league.
Okay.
You in?
She's going to take it over. She's going to take it all over. So it's not even going to be me playing golf anymore. It's going to be whatever she wants me to look like playing golf. So here's the first thing that's coming. Matching outfits.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Hey, maybe we'll get a monogram.
God, I'd die to see that.
Come on.
I know.
Tommy's wife, if you're listening.
I'm out.
Can I
get one of those like golf hats with the
she knows golf.
pom-pom
She
on
knows
the
a lot of lady golfers that are her friends.
Yeah.
One teaches it.
so you have an in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I tell you guys something?
Yeah.
So, I hate golf. I hate golf. I
Yeah.
golf.
It's not fun.
You're not a golfer.
I don't. It's the most frustrating game ever. My wife has always wanted to be a golfer. She's never learned. We went to the driving range a couple of times. I just get frustrated. Told you my dad's a good golfer.
Yeah.
She reached out to my dad this week to teach her how to golf.
She wants to get into the game?
Yes. And I told her, I'm like, look, you want to do this.
Yeah.
You're on your own. I love you. I want you to have a hobby, but I can't.
I also don't have any attention span.
Same.
Like to concentrate.
Same.
My head's going to wander. Yeah. And I also cheat and I lie.
But everyone who golfs cheats and lies. You'd fit right in there,
but
man.
you know I'm going to cheat my ass off, man.
Talking about how the 3 public courses in Monroe County opened yesterday. Gen Valley, Churchville, and Durant-Eastman. It's officially the start of golf season. And really the last month, private courses have been open all over the place. We had asked the amount of times a golfer can golf a month before they become a bum. Tommy came in with 4, which is way low. Kimmy's at about 8. We talked to Jason, who said he golfed over 90 times. We're getting tweets. People saying they're over 100, 150 rounds a summer.
How many days are in summer?
Is it 180?
No. Give me 180
like
days of summer.
Well, from
from
golf season.
Oh.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
that
you
means
can
you're
golf
getting
pretty
there-
late into the fall.
All right, so you're playing in crap weather then.
Well, yeah, but I think there's more time to golf than to not golf. Like if you start golfing in March, which is standard, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October,
Yeah.
All right.
that's how many fingers? 8 months.
I mean, I went
How
to
many
Well,
fingers?
because it went backwards. If I would have started it this way, I would have got it. 8.
I went to a wedding in November on a golf course, and there were guys out there golfing like mid-November still.
That should have been a message to the bride.
Well, no, it wasn't the part. It was
No, but I'm just saying she
happening
should have looked
during
out
the
and seen
wedding.
that's your future.
Bad.
Okay.
Dave writes us. Facebook messages coming in.
Tommy.
Dave says, guys who golf during the weekday are not bums. If you can find the time, you should take it for yourself. And it's the best time to get out because no one else is out there. Well, yeah, because most people can't be bums.
Yes, it's a reason why there's nobody out there.
No, like today I'm going to drive home,
Yeah.
and I'm going to drive through Gen Valley to get to my house. And I'm going to look around, like you said, and I'm going to go, oh, man, that looks awesome. And I'm also going to be driving fast because that road cuts through the course, and somebody always hooks a ball and almost hits my car every time I drive through. So get out there and have fun. Don't
Have
listen.
fun. I always think like it must suck too, because like if you're golfing and you're a young guy, you're gonna golf midweek, you're gonna run into a lot of me's, old farts that take their time,
Okay.
want to tell you all the rules,
Yeah.
all the golf dicks out there that like to explain the game to you.
Yeah, but there's good and there's bad with everything.
Yeah, but a lot of bad shows up at a golf course.
All right, let's take a break. The Sabres are golfing as we speak. They didn't make the playoffs. By the way,
damn it.
the NHL playoffs have been phenomenal the first couple nights of it.
Everybody's
Shut up.
talking about it.
They are talking about it. Did you not see?
I know the Rangers, the Bruins.
The Islanders blew a 3-goal lead last
Oh,
night.
God damn it, guys.
The Buffalo Sabres have their new man behind the bench.
They stepped up.
Well,
I
but he's-
guess it's not super shocking. Seems. I don't know if there were any other names being thrown
oh, no,
out
there
there.
were plenty of names being thrown
Not
out.
as much as this guy.
And he knows the organization.
Yeah. I mean, look,
His commitment.
part of me loves this, and part of me hates this.
I mean, it's a different direction that they've been going in.
Is it?
Yeah.
When this man has been employed by this franchise in some way in every decade they've ever existed, you can't really say they're going in
Wait,
a different
existed?
direction. We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. To say the Sabres have a new head coach would be an incorrect statement.
Oh.
Because they hired a head coach yesterday, but nothing about this guy is new to the Buffalo Sabres.
So he's not like he's not filling in or anything. He's going to be the coach.
Oh, he's the permanent coach.
Oh, fantastic.
He is their coach.
So they fixed the problem immediately.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Yesterday, just about a week after the firing of Donnie Meatballs Granato as the head coach of the Buffalo Sabres, they announced they have a new bench boss. The Sabres have hired Lindy Ruff.
Oh, I think somebody called that last week. I said you better go get Lindy back.
I said, yeah, the fact that you said it makes it a bad hire. You know nothing about nothing.
He's probably the most successful coach the Sabres have had in the last 30 years.
He's the most successful coach in Sabres history.
Yeah.
He took him to the Stanley Cup.
He took him to 2 Eastern Conference Finals and a Cup where they lost in 6 on that stupid foot in the crease goal.
No goal.
Yeah, we're not going to have that argument. Lindy was already the head coach of the Sabres from 97 to 2013. He was fired in 2013, but it was an amicable split. Terry Pagula went on this long speech about how he'll always be a friend of his.
Yeah.
He was also the last coach to make the playoffs in Buffalo despite being fired in 2013.
So he's your guy.
He's also a Sabres alum. He was a captain of the Buffalo Sabres in the 1980s.
Was he around with French Connection?
Well, he played with Gilbert Perreault. His end was...
Okay, so he came in after...
Wait, I think so?
Like the French Connection were going away, he came in.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. So he knows the history of the franchise.
Here's your weird fact of the day.
What's that?
With the hiring of Lindy Ruff as the Sabres head coach yesterday, Lindy Ruff has now been employed by the Buffalo Sabres in every decade they've ever existed.
Oh, wow, look at that.
But when did they come into existence?
Early 70s.
Oh.
So he was a player in the 70s, 80s. He was a coach in the 90s, 2000s, 2010s. He's now a coach again in the 2020s.
Buffalo keeps calling him back.
Sabres fans either love or hate this because there's big-time nostalgia bringing him back.
Yeah.
He took him to a cup, like you said. He's fiery. He's passionate.
He's rough.
He kept a home in Buffalo, even while coaching in Dallas and New Jersey.
Oh,
After he was
really?
fired.
So he loves the community.
He's lived here in Buffalo the whole time, and he is like us. He's a blue-collar Western New York.
So what's the problem?
He's had a spotty run since he left. He's made the playoffs only 3 of the 8 years he wasn't coaching the Sabres, which is way better than what the Sabres have done.
I was going to say, yeah.
But not great by head coaching standards. He was also fired twice in between being fired from the Sabres and being rehired.
I was just going to ask, was he, was it a surprise that he got let go from the Devils, or was that kind of expected?
He had a great season last year.
Right, that's what I thought.
Goaltending and injuries failed him this year. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. I like the idea of Lindy Ruff. I love...
How old is he?
He's got to be in his
up there.
Late 60s, early 70s? Late 60s.
All right.
Look, there's the most iconic vision of the
64.
Thank you. The most iconic... Wow, he's 64?
Yeah,
He's my
I
age.
thought he was older.
It's a rough hockey life for you. The most iconic image of Lindy Ruff is him standing over the bench, screaming at an opposing head coach, and then sending all 5 goons out on the ice for the greatest fight in Sabres history.
Look at that.
Fans love that stuff. But I don't know if that stuff works in the NHL now.
Don't play anymore. You think he's too old school for the game? You think the game has passed Lindy by?
I will give him credit. It seems in his last stop in New Jersey, he adjusted to that. So maybe I'm talking out of my ass here, right? It's possible. But I think the biggest argument against Lindy Ruff is he had 2 of the best goalies on the planet in Dominic Hasek and Ryan Miller back-to-back when he was winning all those games in Buffalo. And you probably don't have that right now with their goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
No good?
No, I like him, but he's not Hasek. He's not Ryan Miller.
Top goalie.
Ryan Miller's arguably the greatest American goaltender of all time. Hasek is the greatest goalie in the history of the franchise. And don't call me about Patrick Waugh or Martin Brodeur.
So you think? So you think he was the best goalie period of all time in hockey?
Hasek, I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
In my non-biased opinion.
How good's the team?
So the team has talent.
And it's young, right?
Yes. They need a guy to push him over the top.
He's your guy.
Lindy also not the biggest fan of younger players, and it's a roster full of younger players. At least traditionally,
they don't listen.
Exactly. I don't need that.
They're TikToking, talking to their girlfriends, not paying attention.
Are you serious right now? I'm being serious right now. Kimmy, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, you're Mrs.
I think it's one of those things that the Sabres, whoever they decided to bring in, I think you're stuck with this guy for a little while. I think you have to give this next coach time to do something because you've gone through 6 since the last.
This will be the 6th head coach since he will be the 6th head coach since he was
Yeah.
fired.
So, I mean, I guess I don't know enough about like the other guys in the running to really form an opinion on is this the best choice. But I think whoever you go with, this is now your guy for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I'm all in, man.
Shut up. No, like to your point, there's 32 NHL teams.
Yeah.
And it feels like there are 40 guys who just continually get NHL head coaching jobs. It's the same guys over and over and over again. But here's how incestual NHL hockey is when it comes to coaches. All right, you ready for this? Lindy Ruff played for the Sabres.
Yeah.
The man who hired him back yesterday, general manager Kevin Adams, is from Western New York.
Okay.
So Kevin Adams watched Lindy Ruff play when he was growing up as a kid.
Wow.
Kevin Adams grows up, and he ends up playing for the Carolina Hurricanes, beats the Sabres in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 7, as a member of the Hurricanes, wins a Stanley Cup. He retires. Lindy Ruff then hires him as an assistant coach in 2011 until 2013 when Lindy was fired from there. Kevin Adams then gets the general manager job with the Sabres and hires Lindy Ruff as the head coach.
It's full circle.
No, but like that seems kind of strange. It's a little bit weird that we keep using the same guys over and over again.
Is it really hard to be an NHL coach compared to other leagues and sports?
I don't know. Well, the guys keep getting second, third, fourth, fifth chances.
I mean, is it one of these jobs where it's like it doesn't end? Like you're just constantly on the road coaching?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to have a certain lifestyle for that.
Like in
it's a long season.
The NFL, you get a break. It seems like hockey you don't because the season's so goddamn long.
Yeah.
And, like, to further that point, right, like, maybe that's why they keep going with these guys. Like, you have to have that in you. You know who I feel bad for right now?
Who?
Because, again, I love Lindy Ruff. And maybe I'm wrong and I'm just nervous because I thought there was going to be fresh blood coming into the franchise. And come middle of the season next year, I'll be standing on top of my chair cheering. Seth Appert is the head coach of the Rochester Americans.
Yeah.
He's done amazing things with that team.
So why didn't he get to step up?
So they said they wanted an experienced head coach, and Seth Appert has never had any time behind an NHL bench.
Or you got to pop his cherry at some point.
Yeah, but Donnie Granato,
Is
Donnie
this
Meatballs.
the time, though, for the Sabres to give a new guy that chance?
Oh, you want to go with the old guy?
I guess that's their thought.
All right.
Experience. Because I guess they've kind of gone the route of let's give this guy a chance. He's not your, standard NHL head coach. They did that with, oh, God, I'm totally...
Ralph Kruger, who was a soccer coach and a hockey coach at the
So
same
maybe
time.
they're like, let's go with something we know. I don't know.
But you knew it.
And he's got a house here.
He's got a house. That should be a reason why you hire somebody. He already lives here.
You have to move him.
We're going to save on moving expenses,
Look at
guys,
that.
if we simply hire Lindy Ruff back. And again,
I mean,
I love Lindy Ruff. Don't get me wrong. I love Lindy Ruff.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I love this.
Well, Sabres fans seem to be excited about it yesterday.
I
that was a general emotion I felt from fans.
Okay.
I also like having a guy that somebody will answer his phone call. Like they know him. He's known around the league, right? So he's respected around the league.
No, I mean, he's top 5.
That's got to kind of help you when you're coaching, right?
He's top 5 in wins all time, but it didn't help him in Dallas, New Jersey.
All right, well, that's Jersey. Jersey sucks.
What does that? No, he had his most success in Jersey.
I know, and it's tough.
Shut up. What are you talking about?
It's a very corrupt state.
Let's take a break.
Right.
You're going to be blown away by this story, I promise you.
Blown away.
Yes, because as old school as you are, you do think that these have disappeared.
Yeah.
And countrywide, they pretty much have. For some reason, we in this area are holding on to these relics of communication more than anyone else in the country. Did you see this story yesterday?
No, I did not.
Because odds are that at least one half of people listening have this in their house right now.
Wow.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. From thinking these had totally disappeared to finding out we actually lead the nation with these in our houses. Doesn't make sense, man.
Us.
Yeah. Unless there are some young people who feel more comfortable having this in their house at all times.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30, the state of New York mandated getting rid of all Native American images and nicknames in high schools.
Yeah.
You remember that, right?
Yeah.
No mascots.
Everybody's
like
a war eagle.
You got it. And so schools have slowly been changing their names. And there was one school just east of us that thought they had everything nailed down and all set.
Oh.
Until it was decided that the name they picked after their Native American mascot,
Worser.
more controversial.
Oh.
How do you do that?
But that's just it.
What'd you go with?
It's not. It's not. It's not. And
Wait, you don't think it is? Well, whose ass is out of shape?
the board, the school boards, and the mental gymnastics you would have to do to be like, we can't have this name associated with our school. We'll get to it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. The state of New York has the highest number of landline phones in the United States.
Is it because it has so many old residents?
Okay, so we'll get
old
to that.
homes.
Actually, not as much as you think.
Wow.
So the United States Chamber of Commerce said that despite a nationwide decline in the number of landline phones, because of course, just over 50% of residents in the state of New York still have a landline phone.
Wait, 50%?
50%, over 50.
God damn! Because I told you, both of my aunts in Auburn had hard lines.
Yeah.
But that was still 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me say that again. If you're listening to us, odds are 1/2 of the ears on our show right now have a landline phone. That is compared to 26% of the average American across the country.
So that means you probably moved into a house. Let's say Kimmy moved into a house that was older. That had a landline in it, but you never took it out. But it's active.
But doesn't that cost
You would have to
money?
activate it, which means you're still using it. Yeah, because you have to pay money to activate
We
it.
would have had, to make the choice to continue that landline. It wouldn't have just, been ready to use, I guess.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you have a landline? And why do you have a landline?
Because you're being charged for it.
Does anybody have a landline in the room?
No.
Even your old ass?
So that old house that I moved in with my wife, we found all this old wiring in the basement. We couldn't figure out what it was. It was like all over the place. So we had an electrician go in there and they go, no, that's a super old. Like they took out one. This was an even older one.
Okay.
Like from the 50s that they still was embedded up in like the ceiling that they had to take out. So there was 2 sets of landlines in that house. And they just put in a new one and left the old one in.
Okay.
So we had to pay somebody to rip that out.
But you don't have a landline phone?
No. It was just in there.
If you are one of those people, right, there's 2 reasons why it's there.
You like a cord. You like a good long cord when you're talking.
Either it's there because it's always been there. Because, I'm trying to think, when did landline phones start to, really go out of style? Like the early 2000s?
Yeah.
Because, by 2010, most folks had gotten rid of their... Kimmy,
Yes.
What year did you graduate high school?
I graduated high school in 2007.
When you came home from college, did your parents still have a landline phone?
I think they still did. I want to say that they didn't. They had it up until they moved into their current house.
Okay.
So they may have just kept it there because I think, especially with certain cable bundles, it was cheaper to have a landline.
Oh, you needed it with your computer in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
For AOL.
Yeah, but even the Wi-Fi that we know now started showing up in the mid-2000s, became very popular by the mid-2010s.
Yeah.
But okay, you brought up the cable bundle. Spectrum still will try to sell you cable, internet, and home phone package. Yeah. Why does Spectrum want to sell us a home phone?
I don't know.
What's the benefit for them?
I have no idea.
Because
people, I guess maybe because people still want one.
Why?
I don't know.
Because
I don't get getting a new one. I guess I understand if you've had one and for whatever reason, because I do know people whose parents still live in their same childhood home that have not. They have a landline. I don't think they use it, but they just have it because they never got rid of it.
Okay, but here's where your mind's about to get blown, man.
Blow me.
Because as we have this discussion that over half of New York State residents still have a landline inside their home.
Yeah.
You're making the assumption, Tommy, that it's all older people.
Yeah.
And you're wrong. Because our population in New York is not that old. Actually, not by a long shot. New York is right in the middle of America, ranked 25th out of 50 for residents over 65. Only 17% of New York State's population is over the age of 65, which means there's a significant number of people under senior citizen age that have a landline based on what we have.
Because you don't need a fax machine anymore, right?
Maybe there are some businesses.
I mean, but home, like your home. You don't need a landline. You don't need it for work. You don't need it for your computer.
Are there millennials that got landlines because it feels more comfortable for them having a landline? You grew up with it and you wanted to have one. Does it make you feel like an adult?
Oh, I guess.
I've never had a landline, so I've never owned one.
I mean, I did when I built my first house, and I remember like the big thing was make sure you put phone jacks in every room.
Okay.
So you can move your phones around.
Yeah, I mean, my home was built in 2006, and I have the phone jacks.
Yeah, they're all over the place, right? Yeah.
But I've never had a landline.
Yeah, I haven't had a landline. Even the ones I had in Webster, they went dead years ago.
Should I have a landline?
No, for what?
Half people do. I don't have one. I feel left out.
Who you calling?
You?
Me?
Hey, man, guess where I'm calling you from? My landline. Kimmy, did you ever have a landline outside of your parents' house?
No, I never lived anywhere that was hooked up to anything like that. So no, I never had one.
All right, 252 WCMF, with this knowledge that over one half of people in the state of New York still have a landline in their house. It's number one in America by far. We had asked why Spectrum wants us to have a landline when they try and bundle those three things together, and Kathleen's on it.
All right.
She's on CMF. Hey, Kathleen, what's up? Kathleen?
Good, turn the radio off.
Kathleen, we're going to put Kathleen back on hold for a sec. Let's put her back on hold. We'll talk to Bill instead. He's on CMF. Hey, Billy boy, what's up?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, Billy.
I believe Spectrum wants it because it's already in their system, and they give you a discount. So not all of us have doctor money to spend like you do, so we have to conserve and save here and there.
Sure, I hear you. So you only have a landline. You don't have a cell phone?
I don't have a landline. I'm just calling on behalf of all the other losers with landline.
Okay. I'm confused, because if you had a landline and a cell phone, you'd actually be paying more than a person that just has a cell phone.
Negative, Ghost Rider. The reason with the landline is bundled in with your cable through Spectrum, so they try to rob you that way.
I have no idea where he's going with this.
So what happened when we looked at our cable bill, my wife did, right? Yeah. And they wanted us, we found out we were paying for the phone. And if we wanted to unbundle it and pull the phone out, it was going to cost us more than keeping the phone in on a bundle. So you put the phone in that you're never going to use.
Yes.
We have a phone number.
Sure.
We don't use it to keep the bill down.
That's what I mean. So, why do they want you to have
that? I don't know.
Well, all right.
But they charge you more to pull it out.
We're going to take a swing at Kathleen again because she says she's got the answer. Kathleen, we're trying again. You're on CMF. What's up?
Yeah, part of the reason why they bundle your phone into that package is because if they're providing cable only, then they're like a monopoly in the area.
Okay.
So if they bundle your phone in, it's a utility.
Oh.
So they get you.
Big
want that. That's why they want to try to sell you that, because you know how we've tried over the years to get different providers in. So.
All right, now, Kathleen. Kathleen, you're speaking.
That's why so many.
Kathleen, you're speaking with conviction, and you sound like you know what you're talking about. How do you know this, Kathleen? Who told you that?
Well, first of all, I have a family member that works for the.
Oh, she's got an inside track, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
She's on the inside. Okay.
And I was doing some reading about it because at one point in time there was a real movement of people that wanted to, bring other cable companies in.
Ooh, I'm Kathleen. I'm a reader of cable.
Well, no, this is the question we had. If she's got the answer, this is a good thing.
I don't know. I wasn't being condescending. I was very impressed.
That was the most condescending voice you could have made.
Why? I can't help it. It's a birth defect.
All right, Kathleen, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, bye.
All right. She sounded like a woman that was going to end her call that way. Yeah. Well, not to hit the old dusty trail.
Do you have one of them old school phones in your house?
Rotary phone?
No, just like a cordless phone, you used to have those chargers.
I mean, I've seen them. They still sell them at Best Buy and stuff, and I always wonder who still buys these.
Look at me, I'm outside and I'm on the phone, man. It's a miracle.
You were saying, Kimmy?
So we're getting a bunch of tweets of people saying you need a landline in case the power goes out.
I have my phone works.
Well, no, because if you live near the cell phone tower, the power would also go out to that.
All right. What if but wait a minute. The phone line is connected to a power pole.
Phone line's connected to the power pole.
Well, I guess you could.
Power pole's
the
connected
pole
to
goes
the
down.
other pole.
Yeah.
That pole's connected to another pole. That pole's connected to another pole.
I mean, the phone line
That
can go
pole's...
I don't know.
No, wait, no. Now that you bring it up, like if your phone, if your phone's not
okay.
plugged into the wall, she's right.
Yeah.
I don't remember my phone like going out if it was a hard-lined-in phone. If the power went out, it's been a long time.
I remember the phone going out though. Like if the power lines went down, your phone went out because the phone was connected to the power.
Because
line.
that pole's connected
to
the other
power
pole. No, you idiot.
Are there people holding on to their landlines because they're just really attached to that phone number? Like that's what everybody knows
The old
how to
home
get.
number.
Like when in doubt, this is how they know to get a hold of me. Like because maybe they've had that phone number for the last 50, 60 years
Okay, but
and
if
they just don't want to give it up.
But if that's the case, we just found out that only 17% of New York's population is over 65,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So there's still a significant amount of people under that age that would have a phone based on what we're seeing here, a home phone.
Okay.
252 WCMF again. We got Facebook messages coming in. We're talking about how New York State leads America. Over half of New York State residents still have a landline home phone. We're trying to figure out why. Rachel is on CMF. Hey, Rach, what's up?
Hey, so one of the reasons why people with children.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead. Yep.
One of the reasons why, if you have kids that are like middle school age and you don't want them to have a cell phone yet, and if they're staying home alone, then if you have a landline, like they can call.
Okay.
in
All right.
emergencies.
I hadn't thought about that. Rachel, is that why you have a landline?
Yes.
Okay. So have you had the landline the whole time, or did you have one put in?
No, we had it the whole time. And we don't really use it a lot. It's just my children use it if they wanted to call or check in, if they're home alone.
Okay. Are you afraid if someone takes your picture that it's going to steal your soul?
No.
So wait, where did you buy a phone? Like, what was that process like buying a home phone?
It was years ago. I mean, we just have random phones from relatives and other things, or
But it probably smelled like tobacco. I don't want some rancid ass Aunt so and so's phone.
Rancid ants and so and so.
You're not phone nasty, man.
Hey, Rachel.
Your grody hands.
Rachel, with like the cell phones, we get like scam calls all the time. Do you get scam calls on your home phone, or does it stay quiet?
Yeah. So
But they're from the 1970s. They're like pushing Amway.
But we never check the answer machine. I think it's full.
Wait, you have an answering machine?
Yeah, there is one on there.
Man.
But it doesn't, I don't think, we never check it because, you'll get spam calls on your home line too, but we just ignore it. But it's more for our kids or grandparents or whatever to call our kids.
Do you know how long it would take for you, Rachel? Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. Do you know how long it would take for me to not have the bejesus scared out of me with a home phone ring going off?
Yes.
My phone's it's always on vibrate.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
it was
the
loud.
phone rang. Yeah.
Sitting there, the phone's right behind your head in the dining room.
Like even when you turn that ringer down, it was loud as hell.
He's so upset about it. If you're watching the live stream, his arms are crossed.
I know.
Yes.
It's so loud, and I did not like it because that one pole is connected to the other pole.
Yes.
I do remember when the fancier cordless phones came out and you could change the ringer on those. My dad would get so pissed because it would be just like a battle of who gets to pick the ringtone that day.
It was fun. Like when you got a new phone that was like newer technology phone, right? Yeah. Like I remember when we went from the cord phone to the cordless phone, and it was white. We had a white phone because all the phones we had before were black.
So the cordless phone was great for phone sex because that was the first time you could move around the house.
Before you're just stuck in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Oh, don't point towards the lettuce crisper.
Well, we know two guys that injured themselves playing with themselves in the kitchen because they didn't have a cordless phone.
So you're saying cordless phones prevented JO injuries?
Yeah. One kid scalded himself.
He did, actually.
I have questions, but I don't want to know.
He was boiling eggs.
He was beaten and a stirring and a beaten.
Look, we've had a lot of fun today on the show, but if I'm being honest,
go.
My parents put the family computer in the kitchen.
Okay.
And that's where you did your stroke.
Yeah, which meant when I was like, 13, 14, 15, whenever
Nobody
they left
home.
the house.
But think about, you had that cordless phone, you could slide into your room and take care of business.
Well, no, I never called a phone sex line.
You never called a phone sex line?
You think my dad wasn't going to notice $4.99 a minute?
I know. And it was always like from some weird ass country.
No, I was downloading porn on LimeWire like a good American in the 2000s. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now we have an army of New Yorkers. I guess this number that half of New Yorkers still have a landline phone is not wrong because you had Rachel just say, I got middle schoolers, I don't want to give them a cell phone. You had the woman before that saying, you don't want to be a monopoly. I heard things. Now Jim is giving you a reason. He's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
How you doing today?
Good, Jim. What do you got?
I got a dead zone. I built my house, and before I knew it, I started using my cell phone, and it wouldn't work. You can go 50 yards down the road in either direction, you get a signal. So where my house is, dead zone.
That sucks.
That does suck.
Jimmy, they don't have to tell you that before you buy the property?
No.
They may not know.
They know.
No, it was a lot.
You don't think the realtor...
He built the house up. They may not know.
I understand. You don't think the person who owns the property standing in that spot trying to make a phone call doesn't know it's a dead zone?
Right, just walk 50 yards the other way.
So, Jim, are you calling us on your cell or your home phone right now?
My cell phone now. I have to have a cell phone and a home phone because when I go home, nobody can get a hold of me.
I didn't know there was like dead zones like in normal areas.
No, I think a lot of people who live like up towards the lake, that can be a dead zone sometimes.
Oh.
So there's
I'm in Ontario, New York. You know where Ontario is?
Yeah, there's a dead zone. A buddy of mine's got a place out there.
Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
By the way, Ontario also where the guy who scalded his scrotum lives.
Yes, you're right.
So to answer your question, it's not just Ontario. Kimmy's right about the lake. There's a spot on 90 if you're driving back from Buffalo where I think it's between Derry and Lake. Yeah, if you're streaming something on your phone, it's gone. If your map is on, it disappears.
Yeah.
It's that much of a dead zone.
There are more dead zones than you think, and you don't have to go too far to find one.
But with all these towers, they haven't fixed this crap?
Yeah, but I mean, to cover that area, you have to find someone who owns land in that area willing to put a
By
cell
the way,
phone
they
tower.
pay you for those towers.
Some people don't want it.
And it's big bank.
Please let the court know he did the money sign.
I would put mine on the top of my house if I had a house.
You don't own a house. You got there first. We got more Facebook messages coming in. Another Jimmy, by the way. He writes, we bought a house that came with a landline phone and we just kept it. My kids think it's fun, but we hardly use it, and the only phone calls we get are people asking for money for charities.
Oh.
Would you be embarrassed to give out your home phone number to somebody? How do I get a hold of you? Here's my cell, and here's my home.
Yeah, that might be weird.
And also, would you like to come watch the Friends finale tomorrow? I kind of want an answering machine now.
No, you don't.
You do, because you get to do the fun answering machine. I just got into the bathtub.
Yeah, everybody tried to be funny on those things, and it sucked.
Don't be a snob.
Or like you'd have to like gather the family around to do a family message.
Like, your
I
old
remember my
man-
parents doing that when we were kids.
Your old man had to have some funny ones. Well, you had to do it as
I
a
do
family?
remember doing like multiple takes.
So you would say, hey, this is Mom, Dad, Kimmy, brother.
Various versions of that.
Come on, that's cute. That's not cute.
No kid wants to do that with their parents.
Yeah, but I look back
But
on
my brother would make like a fart sound or something, so now we have to redo it.
See? Fun. We're all having fun. Okay, let's take a break. This area just east of us had to make the change like a lot of schools did in our area when the state decided you couldn't do Native American imagery for high school mascots.
Oh, the
anymore.
name change.
You got it. Okay. So they got together, talked to the folks in the town, and they picked a new name. All they had to do was go to the school board and say, this is what we want to do.
And pass it.
It didn't pass.
It did not?
Because the Board of Education is worried that this is also an offensive term.
What, the fighting ass mops?
Where do you hear this, man?
Oh, no.
Like, look.
Is it a people that are pissed off or a thing?
Is it a people? No, that's the weirdest thing. It's neither. It's what this could be construed as.
Oh, okay.
Maybe if you did
It's almost
backflips.
too vague.
All right.
I'll explain.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. sometimes people can be overly sensitive.
What happened?
Well, this might be an example of that. Because one school district that was forced to change its mascot believed they had a new identity.
All right.
But it turns out not everyone was okay with the new name they picked.
Yeah, it's pissing people off.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. This story comes from Cayuga, New York.
Cayuga.
It's about an hour east of us, right at the toppy tip of Cayuga Lake. And Southern Cayuga Central Schools were once known as the Chiefs.
All right.
And it was a Native American branded Chiefs. So, when the state of New York a few years ago mandated schools with Native American mascots and imagery had to make the change, they needed to come up with something else.
Okay.
And they believed that they had.
So they think they nailed it.
Yeah, so last fall, the community as a whole had decided on Cougars as their new nickname. And all was well and good.
Yeah.
All it would take, Tommy, was a simple vote from the Board of Education in the school, and it would be official. Well, this week, the district's Board of Education refused to approve the nickname Cougars.
Yes.
And they say that the nickname Cougars, and I quote, has a negative connotation associated with it.
Why? Is it for the reason I think it is?
What other reason would it be?
Loose, middle-aged women on the prowl.
Okay. That has to be what they mean, right?
Yeah.
Which is weird because I would think, and I feel like we've seen this with a lot of schools that have voted to change names. Like, you go with some type of big cat and you're good.
Yes.
It's like the Wildcats, the Tigers, the Lions, like they've all changed to some sort of big cat.
And the alliteration was perfectly Cayuga Cougars.
Yeah.
Sounds great,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So because of this, the town now has to go back to the drawing board, and a committee will reconvene in May to come up with something new. This is ridiculous,
Yes,
right?
of course. It
I
is,
mean,
man.
that's nuts.
Like, who are you offending?
It didn't
Nobody.
say offensive. It said negative connotation associated
And it's
with
not
it.
all that negative. It's a single woman looking to
bang
date a younger man.
dudes. Not date. It's bang.
Well, have intercourse
That
with a younger man, a stud,
Wow.
which is on the field. So they should come check it out.
Well, nope. No.
Future men.
I vote to change the name Cougars.
What's wrong with that?
Everything was fine until you opened your stupid ass mouth.
No, for the future.
Look, in all seriousness.
They're out there when you graduate.
When I said the name Cayuga Cougars,
Yeah, it sounds great.
Did either of you
No.
think
No.
of middle-aged women
I
looking
didn't,
to
even
date younger
think
men?
I didn't even think they were using cougar anymore for women.
Thank you.
I
Very
thought that was
early
like a
2000s.
fad.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Also disrespectful. How dare you even think that way, Cayuga Board of Education? By the way, there are also so many high schools and colleges that use cougar with no nickname or with no issues. It's not like you think when you hear BYU, Houston, or Washington State, you think of older women trying to bang young dudes.
Mountain cougar.
It's common and it's safe, and sports teams use it all the time. It almost makes this Board of Education look creepy.
Like a bunch of pervs.
Yes, for having a problem with it. Why did your mind go there immediately? What did somebody call you?
Yes.
The only reason that would make sense, other than being the most sensitive community on the planet, that they don't want to be the Cougars, is they're trying to send a different sort of message.
What do you mean?
Okay, so with Cayuga having to give up the Chiefs nickname,
Right.
there were lots of districts, and we saw this west of us. God, what was the Lancaster? When they had to give up their nickname, they were one of the first to change. People in the community were livid.
Yeah.
And they had multiple meetings where they were screaming and yelling, don't take away our town's identity. If Cayuga is one of these districts that are still upset they were forced to change their name, arguing they were honoring Native Americans, not using them as a prop, this could be well, if that's offensive, everything's offensive.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not from that area. 252 WCMF. Like, was this community okay with changing their nickname in the first place?
Most places aren't. There's always going to be some people that just don't want to deal with it.
Well, there's some people, and then there's the rest of the town, the majority going like, yeah, okay, who cares? It's a school mascot.
Right,
Who cares?
right.
Who cares?
It's funny to me that like the whole community votes on these things anyways. Like, shouldn't it just be like the school and like the kids that go there? Shouldn't it be their decision?
I get that.
Like, I guess I don't understand like caring that much as somebody who doesn't have any involvement in the school, like what they change their name to.
I'm with you 100%.
You know?
But I also find it romantic, like in these small towns, like if you
Sure.
do want to
Do you participate in any way?
right? Because, like in these smaller places,
Yeah.
these villages, like
Yeah.
high school football, high school basketball
Yeah.
games, they matter. Like it brings the whole community out, right? Like there's towns within 10-minute drive of here. You drive down Main Street, they got pictures of athletes hanging off their light poles.
They do.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Cayuga, the school district out there. They were the Chiefs. They were forced to change it by the state of New York when they did that Native American imagery thing. They had decided on Cougars. They just needed the Board of Education to vote. They voted it down and said because, quote, it has a negative connotation associated with it. If this is such a big deal for so many schools, because like Tommy, we've seen over and over and over again, people get very upset. Why do high schools need mascots and nicknames at all?
I guess you got to put some kind of logo on there.
Why?
You're telling me you're the big sports guy.
No, but like...
Because you got to give something to root and say, shout.
You mean, well, but why can't you just be Gates Chili or Pittsford Mendon or Rush Henrietta? Go Rush, go Gates, go Pittsford.
It doesn't really. What are you? What's your menacing thing coming at me?
Why do you need that?
I don't know.
Like it's
Scare
not
the
even
other
like,
team.
But it's not even like they put a ton of effort into most of the mascots in the area because you could get together to watch the Spartans of Olympia take on the Spartans of Gates Chili, or you could go watch the Victor Blue Devils in a big time matchup against the Brockport Blue Devils. You can drive to these places in 15 minutes. They have the same names.
Yeah.
You're not even putting anything creative into it. What do you need the nickname for?
It is funny you could use devil all the time.
This is always a sticking point for you.
Because it is weird, right? Like the worst guy on the planet, the devil. You're okay with that one. Because that goes way back before anybody else was getting mad about anything.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Hey, we're the burning hell.
No, it's not the devil, it's the blue devil.
Well, I didn't even know what that guy is.
Actually, I don't either. But
I didn't know there was levels of devil.
That's got to be something because Duke's the blue. There's a ton of blue devils, right?
Yeah.
Right? No, but like in all sincerity, the most unique nickname in the greater Rochester area is the Rush Henrietta Royal Comets.
Okay.
And the only reason that exists is because two schools got smashed together like 50 years ago. And almost no local schools have any connections to their nicknames.
No, of course not.
There aren't Saints in Churchville. There aren't Rangers in Spencerport. I've been through Webster. I've never seen any Warriors or Titans going at it with each other. They're just generic names.
Maybe we should just stick to like the trees, bushes, the sky, the sun.
Nature.
You don't need that at all. You don't need it. You don't need it. Just
but if you're going to do something, just something everybody could get behind.
No.
We're the fighting clouds. We're the storm clouds.
Now you sound like
Storm.
a puss. It's better to be nothing than the storm clouds.
Oh. Storm cloud will F you up. Tornadoes, hurricanes.
Kimmy, do you need a mascot?
Earthquakes.
Shut up. Do you need high school mascots?
I guess you don't need them,
What are you
but
gonna put
I
on your
guess when
shirt?
I think of any team, they all have a team name, right? I mean,
punk ass dog.
every
The Gates are like punk ass dogs.
I can't think. Can you think of a team that's just
No.
a place and not no other name?
No, but again,
How do you sell merchandise?
Yeah,
a shirt that says Gates Chili, a shirt that
Oh,
says
yeah, I'm
Rush
going to
Henrietta.
line up for that.
Bro, you think people are going out of their way to buy Gates Chili t-shirts because there's a Spartan on it?
Yeah, but I
Gotta
mean-
get that Spartan shirt. Oh, they're sold out. I'll get Olympia instead.
But kids might think it's cool. I don't know.
If there are more problems because of the mascots and nobody cares about the mascots when they don't have a problem with it, who needs them? Who needs
So you're saying no names.
Well, I'll be fine with it. Like, if it's just about the sports anyway, let the kids go play. Who
Can't write a
cares?
song about it. Nothing. Like a school song.
Oh,
Can't
you're all
incorporate a
excited
name?
about the school fight song?
Love the school
You're
fight.
going to take away jobs from so many mascots out there.
Yes.
Unpaid high school mascots.
I mean, there are kids that enjoy that part of high school,
We
their
knew
high
one of-
school experience.
We knew one of those kids.
Yeah.
They grew up into an adult that was a very strange person. A very strange person.
What's McQuaid?
The Knights.
All right. What's your school?
Little Irish.
Oh, all right.
I mean,
how'd they get away with that one, by the way?
What do you mean?
Fighting
He's
Irish.
got the fists up. He's ready to punch somebody.
Little. He's not fighting.
He looks wasted.
He's little. Well, now you're being rude and inappropriate.
But no, that's an inappropriate one.
No, but if they wiped it out and they were just acquaintances, I'm fine with that. Like, who cares?
But you don't want to be the little Irish?
I like Little Irish because I'm Irish, right? Okay, but I mean, if tomorrow they were like, hey, because my kids go there, like we're getting rid of the mascot.
Right.
Okay, it doesn't change anything. My kids still get an education. They still get to play sports if they want to. What does it matter?
Tradition. I mean, these schools are built on tradition.
Okay.
And you're ripping the tradition away. I want to be a knight. I want to be a little Irish.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This whole discussion started with a school just east of us, an hour east of us. They were the Chiefs, Native American imagery, forced to change it by the state of New York, so they decided on Cougars. The Board of Education voted that down, saying, and I quote, Cougars has a negative connotation associated with it. You don't need the nicknames.
Loose ladies.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Duff. By the way, you just missed a slight Holtz by Tommy a minute ago because he couldn't get out tradition. But you're the biggest sportsman of a geek I know, and you're arguing as to why teams need to have mascots. So you're telling me you would buy football and hockey paraphernalia, and what would the Sabres be without a mascot?
Oh, no, you're misunderstanding me. I think you're misunderstanding me. Professional sports wouldn't be an issue because you're a private business. You can do whatever you want. If the blowback's bad enough, you got to change it, like what happened with Washington and the Commanders and what they were before. Mike, I'm saying...
Right, exactly. Kansas City had to change their... even the Cleveland Indians had to change... Sure. Get rid of Chief Wahoo, right?
Yeah.
So there's still... I mean, I guess... All right, so to your point, maybe the public sector with the public schools is a different problem, but it's because there's people in charge that are hypersensitive. But I don't think there's a problem with the Cougars. I think it shows the immaturity of the school board, obviously, or the school board's full of Cougars. That's possible.
Okay,
too.
all of those. What I'm getting at is this, right?
that?
If I'm sending my kids to school to get an education, and they're going to offer free sports for my kids to play, which is great and necessary. Right. What does it matter what you call them?
But who's going to run out in the field?
The players who are
playing?
before
that, to get everybody going.
The cheerleaders?
No.
So, but there's still an issue. So we're at school I went to. We were the Black Knights for a long time, right? Black Knight was like the symbology of strength and being able to make it through a war battle.
I love me some symbology. I always order that at Red Fideli's. Hey, give me some symbology, with a little angel there. Mwah. It's so good.
All right, mister, I've only graduated 9th grade.
I mean, look, you did call him on a Holtz. If you use the word symbology, he has a right to come after you.
Well, I didn't expect him to understand it, but you would.
But you say it. Go on, Mike.
But we had to drop the black out of the Black Knights because people felt it was negative connotation.
You wouldn't have had that problem if there was no mascot. Mike, I think we're going in circles, buddy, but thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Let the kids play. Let them get an education. Who cares?
Let's wipe it out.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Take one more call real quick.
Okay.
Johnny, I got like 30 seconds, brother. What do you got for us?
Hey, really bad guy I went to school with lived in Peoria, Illinois, and their school mascot is something I can't say in the radio, but their claim to fame was if you drilled a hole from their town through the center of the earth, it ended up in China, and their team name was the Yellow, started with CH.
Yikes. No, that can't be real. Johnny.
Swear to God.
Holy crap.
Swear to God. And this was still in 2002.
Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Goodbye.
day. Take care. Okay. So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my mom. That's my mom. You get colors. Everyone have fun.
All right.
Let's take a break. We're getting something new downtown, buddy.
What are we getting?
It's something you're never going to use.
We're going to rock the river?
No, you are never. No, it's not.
Is this going to be some pointless crap?
No, it's very valuable for our community.
Valuable.
But you will never see it because you're a well-heeled, spoiled East Side ass bitch.
So not for me.
No, not for you at all.
So it's for poor people?
Well, until your wife kicks you out, it's not for you. I'll tell you what it is next here, the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Big news in downtown Rochester, buddy.
Ooh, what we getting?
Well, it's going to be easier to get in and out of our community.
Really?
And the word temporary did a lot of heavy lifting in this story. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just a couple minutes. Sit tight. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
I feel a star coming, baby.
Me too.
I feel a star coming. Where are they whining? Coming up just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The big news in downtown Rochester yesterday, we are getting a brand new bus terminal.
I thought we just got a brand new bus terminal.
No, we got a brand new train station.
No, but they built a bus terminal a couple of years ago.
In 2012, they built a temporary Trailways bus station at Cumberland Street. And again, they built that with the anticipation that they were going to have a new bus station coming soon.
So
that was 12 years ago.
So wait, is this city buses or the ones where I take out of town?
No, this is like Greyhound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So it'll be across the street from the Louise Slaughter train station, which was dedicated in 2017. That was all built in 2017. And yeah, so now you will have both your bus station and your train station right there to make it easier to move around.
I guess like my mega bus and all that stuff.
Yeah, or Greyhound, stuff like that, Trailways.
Getting out of town.
All those things.
Take the bus.
Well, yeah. What's the problem?
Bus.
Oh, my God. You're such a bitch.
Such a snob.
First of all,
You've been there.
You ain't taking no damn bus.
I've taken a bus
and
before.
not school trip.
No,
I mean,
I've
suitcase,
taken a bus.
going out of town bus.
Yes.
Where'd you take it? Greyhound?
Yeah, it was. I took one from Boston home once.
Ah, in your face.
Busted.
What are you talking about? You've taken them too.
Yeah, but I was busted.
Busted.
You know, never saw young single women on buses for long.
That was the creepiest thing you ever said, even before you said
It
for
was pretty
long.
creepy to see.
Listen, man, I looked and I looked, and I never saw, young single women on
I
the
always
bus.
figured they were just getting it released from prison or something.
Shut up, man. The bus system is a very valuable system for
It
people.
built this country in the 50s.
Legitimately did.
It did.
That's what I'm saying. God, you're such a dick, man. This is great news.
It's really going to help out.
No, it is.
Yes. I mean, we need more drifters in town. Bitter loners and alcohol.
No, we got plenty of bitter loners and alcoholics.
Well, you're going to get more. I always think you get a bus terminal, you just get bad stuff.
We already have a bus terminal.
Yeah.
This is a newer bus terminal. It's not like buses have never been here before and they just invented buses. And here come the buses, you idiot. Send in the buses. They're already here. I got to say,
what?
Again, talking about this new bus station that will be opening up across from the Amtrak station that opened in 2017. We don't know when it's coming, but it's getting $18 million. It's also going to be run by Amtrak, which is good.
Okay, so that's going to be like the Taj Mahal of bus station.
Well, I'm looking at, I used to take the train all the time, but I haven't taken the train in like 15 years.
Right.
Okay. So I'm looking at a picture of the Louise Slaughter train station. This thing looks beautiful.
It's also...
What?
It may not look like that now.
I'm looking at a picture of it from yesterday, you idiot.
It looks nice.
Yes. Like, I would always get jealous. It was built in 2017.
Okay.
I would always get jealous when I would get off trains at, like, communities that had really nice train
Well,
stations.
it's like Washington, D.C. The
No.
place is a palace.
Schenectady has a
That's
gorgeous train
like
station.
east of here.
Yeah.
Isn't too bad.
Right.
And I go, oh, why can't we have that? And, like, the old train station downtown, it looked like it was...
But it was rough.
It was falling apart, right? But this looks nice. And
All
if this
right.
looks nice, the bus station will probably look nice.
Anytime I see like a Greyhound bus on the highway, I always go, you really can't afford a vacation.
Okay. Why do you think
That
they're
is
on
their vacation.
And why do you think they're on vacation? They could be moving to see family members. Those could be college kids going
First of all,
back.
I don't
How
want-
about service members?
Service members, fine.
Oh, look at you. You bitch-ass coward bitch.
Acceptable.
You know what? I support
By
our
the way,
troops.
what's-
Hey,
most
I just
service
want to say
guys-
one thing.
What? They
God
fly.
bless America. No,
Most
they
of
don't always fly
Those
them.
guys all fly.
When you're off,
Yeah,
you got to
they
get your own
fly.
way home, buddy.
And by the way, I don't want any relatives showing up at my house on a bus. You know my relatives. I don't want my bus relatives coming to my house.
Bus relatives?
Because they're all they got problems, man. Every one of my relatives that shows up at my house on a bus has got meth in their system. Yeah, I'm right, bro. I'm right.
You know your family.
You've seen my family, some of them.
Bro,
Those are the good. Those are the ones I show you.
You are your wife kicking you out away from being permanent
I know,
bus
bro.
guy. So who are you talking to?
Anytime I took the bus, it sucked.
No,
it took forever.
Here's what I'm telling you. You still suck. You're not any better than the people
Thinks
that
he's
you're
above the
criticizing.
bus.
Yes, you're not above the bus.
But it's
You
like-
will always be bus level. You and me, always bus guys.
But it was like, if you want to see the prison system in the United States, travel by bus. How about there was always that one guy that got on the bus? He had super long hair and he smelled bad.
Shut up,
He
man.
was like smelly bus Jesus.
Phone lines are wide open. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to get in now. It'll guarantee you getting on the air. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday.
Were they bussing?
It's star time, bitch.
Yeah, by the way, you have quite a star drought there. Buddy.
There we go.
You're starless. Just like your career.
We've got five stars on the board. None of them pets.
And
one break room star.
And
Yes,
I agree
that's
with
true.
you.
The anchor star.
I agree with you.
The father star.
My entire career has been starless. If I could work with someone with some talent, we could change that. Where they wanted.
Go down the hall.
Coming up next, here in the break room on CMF. Star time, bitch.
Yeah, you talking to Star Boy.
You got 1 star.
I got the original star.
2 months ago.
Yeah, the anchor star.
2 months ago, you got a star. It's not what have you done, it's what have you done for me lately. And lately, you ain't done nothing.
period.
I said it first.
You never got started.
Jinx. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room game, Where They Whine. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have a single phone line open right now and folks lined up ready to play. If you're new to the show, here's how it works.
Yeah, but we do.
Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app that she's going to read out loud, sent by one of you listeners who we love very much. She's going to remove street names. She's going to remove town references. And while she's reading, we need to listen.
I have to listen.
Because there are clues in that post about where it came from.
Yeah.
What town, neighborhood, village in the greater Rochester area. And because you and me and everyone listening know all the nuances and clues and stereotypes, we're going to figure out where they whining.
Okay.
And we're going to do it like now.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Kimmy?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Webster! Hilton! Irondequoit! Where they whining?
I know it's not street festival time just yet, but I have some questions as a potential new vendor. How do I apply for a booth at one of these things? In the last 5 years, my husband has gotten really good at wood carving. Why is that funny?
Wood dick.
It is fun. I was trying not to laugh, but it's also funny.
Wood carving dick.
That's your brother, man.
He's a wood carving dick.
He's a wood carving.
Carving dick. That nickname would just stick.
Shut up.
This person goes on. Our home is completely overrun by small wooden figurines that we are hoping to sell. It ranges from small animals like birds and chipmunks to mythical creatures like dragons and fairies.
Did you just say?
You're making me laugh.
It's carving dragon.
Why is that funny?
Who the hell was a dragon?
Dragon
carving wood.
Okay,
Game of
let
Thrones?
me finish reading.
Wouldn't it burn itself up?
You're gonna confuse people.
Dragons aren't real in the first place, you idiot.
Yes, they are. They're with the dinosaurs.
Kimmy, you were saying?
It's a collection that's really starting to take over our house. I told him to put aside a few boxes of the carvings he's willing to part with. We were going to set up a stand at the end of our driveway to sell them, but I didn't want to create a problem for our neighbors. Then...
What, no traffic?
Then I came up with the idea to set up shop at a local summer festival. They are a little plain looking on their own, but I figure if I paint them, it'll really make them come to life and stand out. It's the perfect partnership. He carves, I paint. He tells me I'm ruining the look of the grain in the wood. But I'd like to hear everyone else's opinion on that. I posted some photos to my Facebook, and then this woman links her Facebook page. Let me know if you like them better plain or painted. Also, what you would pay for them. I'm working out pricing details as we speak.
All right. So to be clear, so people don't get all pissed off.
Yeah.
We are looking, Kimmy, for where this post is coming from,
Yes.
where they live,
Yep.
not where the festival
Where they
would
posted
be.
it from.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. This is hard. This is really hard. Tommy, what are you thinking?
So I'm thinking of like old guy carving.
Wow, way to go out on a limb, stupid.
And where they've established, I think they were a deeply established older couple.
What do you mean by deeply established?
Like they've been in this neighborhood for 40 years.
They got the roots.
Okay.
Like they got, their house is full of crap.
Okay.
Nice crap.
Okay.
I'm calling my shot.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to
I'm
do
calling
here.
my shot today. I'm going to say something else today.
You are confident today.
You ain't
huh?
getting this because you don't know these people.
Before you run your mouth, keep in mind, you got one pick. Kimmy is ready to disqualify your ass because you've been walking a thin line, buddy.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
Yeah.
You ain't getting this. This is out of your league because you don't know artistes. You don't know carvers.
Shut up.
You don't. You're not wood people. You don't come from wood people. If you hit today,
yeah,
I'll give up my star.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
That
So
is-
pressure's
you're putting
on.
a lot on
My
the
star is
line.
up. So you'll be the only holder of a star.
Okay, I want to be clear. This is just for Pat.
Yes,
Just for Pat.
yeah.
Okay, so
'Cause he's been bragging.
if Pat gets it today,
Yeah.
we're taking
I
your
will
star
forego
off
my
the
star. Like
board
a-
and giving it to Pat.
My star will be annulled.
Wow. Okay.
Like 2 of my marriages, they didn't happen, even though they really did happen.
Oh, you're stalling because I feel like you don't have a
Oh no,
pick.
I'm calling the hood.
Go ahead.
I'm calling a neighborhood.
Go ahead.
But
Ah, you
Wait.
bitch.
Oh, you're going back.
No.
Come on.
These people live in Durant, Eastman.
So where is that?
So is that city?
Oh, are you going to say two names?
No, I'm asking for clarification.
You can say one name without being.
I'm asking for clarification.
Official. So you were picking Durand Eastman, so we're going to see where that lies.
I believe that's part of the city.
So you're picking the city of Rochester?
Yes.
So
the northernmost, the North Coast.
The North Coast?
Yeah.
What are you, jazz listening, bitch?
I missed that station.
Shut up, yeah.
That's when radio was good.
Everybody listening to you misses that station too. They say your comedy is the smooth jazz of Rochester radio. Sucks and nobody wants it.
Yeah.
All right.
It is a city.
So
it
we're
is
going-
the
okay.
northernmost section of the city of Rochester.
What do we call that neighborhood?
Durand Eastman. It's Durand Eastman Park. You picked a park.
Nobody lives. Okay.
I just want to point that out.
We know two dicks that live there.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Nobody lives there.
We know two dicks that live in Durand, Eastman.
Nobody lives in the park. Trolls
Well, it's
live in the
Durand
park.
Eastman.
No, you picked Durand Eastman.
Well, I picked a city, actually.
By the way, the fact that,
It's near the Irondequoit border, but I believe if what you're saying is true, it is the northernmost section of the
Durand
city.
Eastman.
Okay.
Hey, idiot, you already lost because the fact that Kimmy had to look up where it is tells us that's not the answer.
It's the city.
Okay.
Well, you ain't getting it.
I got it already, and I had it the whole time. No, I was worried. I was worried that you were getting. Look, you know you effed up because now you're just doing voices. You suck. This game brings out the worst in everybody.
Just you.
Look, man.
I'm cool.
Look, these are people that live away from society, but they live in a neighborhood.
Be away from
The
society.
guy carves wood, man. You're not going to be living in the middle like Webster carving wood that you're pulling
My
out of the
brother
back
guys
of your yard.
would like a millionaire community.
Millionaire wood community?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not wood person. You don't get wood. I knew people that carve wood. Whittlers. You ain't a whittler.
I know whittlers, bro.
They whining in Hilton.
Oh my God. That ain't it.
No, it is. I know
All right,
it's
that's your
Hilton.
pick. All right,
It's
go
no,
ahead.
it is Hilton. Right. You know what we didn't have to do? Look up where my pick was.
Busted West Side whittling.
Bro, it makes perfect sense. This is someone.
Everybody's whittling Camaros. It's vintage, man.
This is an outdoor community, right? There are people that love to hunt and fish in Hilton, but it's also a community where there would be a neighborhood where they could go to the end of their
whittlers?
driveways. Yes, I'm telling you, man. They whine in Hilton, and I just picked up 2 stars, you bitch-ass bitch.
You don't get an extra star. I just dropped my star.
Kimmy, he said I got 2 stars.
No, I said I would forgo my star.
Okay, fine, whatever.
You would be the only star holder of the break room.
You're about to
I
go
like how he
starless.
just adds a star
I
for
love how you
himself.
just made up a rule and a place where nobody lives.
Durand Eastman people live. and they enjoy life.
252 WCMF 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only.
What's that?
You get one pick.
Yep.
If you are listening and you're on hold and you hear somebody pick your town you had, you got 2 options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week, no big deal, or pick another town. Okay. If we pick up the phone and you go, oh, it's good as that, but then I went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner makes all final calls. You just figured out I've been saying that?
Kind of, yeah.
Been saying that for like 6 months.
Oh, really?
252 WCMF. Let's start it off with a lady pick.
All right.
Let's see what Christine's got. She's on CMF. Christine, where are they whining?
They're whining in Henrietta
Why Henrietta?
because there is a street that has all that stuff usually in the front yard down toward the end.
Okay.
And they go to the town hall where there's a little section of people that have all their woodworking, and they say it's the best and they don't have far to drive.
Okay, but here's the problem, Christine. I can appreciate you doing your homework, and for the same reasons I picked Hilton, I don't hate that pick. It's a good pick. Problem is, this woman was looking for a place to sell. She didn't already have one, and what you're describing is someone who already knows where to
woodless
go.
community.
Yes.
Yeah, but she also travels,
you screwed
so
up,
but
Christine.
I know where I think she's from. So I'm sticking with Henrietta.
You have to because you picked it, but you screwed up bad,
No,
and you lost. I'm sorry. No, you've already lost the game, and I'm sorry, Christine.
I think we both lost then,
Okay,
Pat.
well, no, you stop talking about my pick.
She
'cause
came
your
with
pick sucks.
confidence. I like Christine.
Christine, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Christine sucks. There she goes. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I'm going for Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Because it's the I can't say the town name of the east side.
You bitch. Wait, so that's it? That's all you're going with?
Yeah, Pat. See, some of us in the break room actually have a star, and you don't.
Oh, he's part of the Star Club.
No, but he doesn't have a reason to pick Spencerport because I feel like maybe somebody already picked the town you were going with, Pete. Is that what happened?
No, I was listening. I had a backup one just in case, but no, nobody picked my town. And Pat, I'm sorry, you're still not going to have a star after today because your pick sucks.
Okay, Pete, great call. Have a good rest of the day. I hate everybody on hold right now, and it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. This game is the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity. And, like, don't sit here and say you don't get passionate because you scream, too, like an idiot, even though you got quiet.
Scream after the first sentence of the post.
252 WCMF. Let's get another lady pick in.
All right,
Let's make it
wow,
ladies' night.
ladies. Right.
Alex is on CMF. Alex, where are they whining? Alex, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, where are they whining, Alex?
I guess I'm going with Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
Because the last caller took my pick, honestly.
Gimme.
But we're gonna go with Irondequoit because
Alex, you said too much.
Yeah, we said. I was going to say, but
you shouldn't actually say a name.
No, but she was
I picked another town.
No, but
I don't want to hear it.
You told us what the other town was.
Well, not
Alex.
directly.
She said the last caller picked my
But she
town.
didn't say the name.
I didn't say the town.
Alex,
What
listen.
about talking about one for them?
Alex, I am not the commissioner. She is, and she has made her rule.
And that's
Sorry,
a good
Alex.
pick.
We have disqualified others in the past for the same thing. So
Her
we
pick is good.
We got to stay
Whatever.
consistent.
All right, Alex,
That's
you've been disqualified. Hang your head in shame. Thanks for the call.
Somebody should jump on that one.
Run it.
I didn't say which one.
You stupid. By the way,
Okay, he didn't say that was
you
the winner.
disqualify him. Nobody
Yeah.
lives in a park, you idiot. White Lady's Castle was it the White Lady's?
I
Train?
meant
Is
the
that what
neighborhood
this is?
around it.
No. Oh, here we go. He's starting to move. Here comes the goalpost. 252 WCMF.
Narc.
Let's talk to Austin. Austin, where they whining, buddy?
They are whining in Greece
Why Greece?
because they seem like the kind of people that will paint squirrels and whittle some wood.
I mean, Greece is so big. I mean, there are parts of Greece where this could happen. It just doesn't feel like Greece to me, Tommy.
Like a guy working like a little wood shop in his basement?
Yeah.
The street that I live on, I do live in Greece, and the street I live on has multiple houses that sell wood carvings and birdhouses.
Wait, you have
on
multiple
it,
on your street?
Are you Amish?
Yes, sir. No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we got you for
So
Greece.
Greece it is.
All right, Greece, we got you for Greece. I hate that pick. That pick sucks.
Yeah, but I didn't realize there was a big carving community out there.
Maybe there's more people carving everywhere than we
I
thought.
know.
Because that's now.
I don't see it
Did a lot of-
anywhere.
Did
Like,
a lot of people get into it during COVID, maybe?
Ooh, good question.
COVID carver?
Good question.
All right.
Something you could do at home.
No, but Austin's the third call we've taken in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calls
Yeah.
that said they have witnessed neighborhood carving.
Okay, I live in an old ass town.
Yeah.
I don't see no damn wood anywhere.
Yeah, but I hear at your age that starts to happen. 252
Not
WCMF.
when your mama's around.
252.
That wood shop is wide open, baby. Here comes the sequoias and the redwoods. Mama's forest is full.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more before we go back and recap everything.
Yo, the bark.
Steve is on CMF. Steve, where are they whining?
I got to go with Victor.
Why Victor?
Well, my ex-father-in-law used to carve birds, and they had frogs and stuff right there, and he was a major bird brain. He was always, that's all he did, it seemed like, was down in his basement with his, what?
How happy were you to get out of that marriage, man?
I was pretty happy. God rest his soul now, but.
All right, Steve, we got you for Victor, buddy. Thanks for the call. All right. I think
Do we have an oversaturated market here of wooden carvings?
I mean, unless is it like, it must be 1 in every 3 old men carve things.
I guess.
And try
I
and
thought
sell
my
them.
brother was unique.
No.
Because he that's amazing work.
No mule's ever been unique, except for your mother.
Oh, yeah? How so?
Because she was the grandest whore in all the world. Your dead whore mother. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, are you ready to reread the post for the folks that are just joining us?
I sure am.
Okay. Before we get, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
Okay.
Give it to me.
I know it's not street festival time just yet, but I have some questions as a potential new vendor. Why are you laughing?
That his last poor joke about my mother.
How do I apply for a booth at one of these things? In the last 5 years, my husband has gotten really good at wood carving. Our home is completely overrun by small wooden figurines that we are hoping to sell. It ranges from small animals like birds and chipmunks to mythical creatures like dragons and fairies. It's a collection that's really starting to take over the house. I told him to put aside a few boxes of the carvings he's willing to part with. We were going to set up a stand at the end of our driveway to sell them, but I didn't want to create a problem for our neighbors. Then I came up with the idea to set up shop at a local summer festival. They are a little plain looking on their own, but I figure if I paint them, it'll really make them come to life and stand out. It's the perfect partnership. He carves, I paint. He tells me I'm ruining the look of the grain in the wood, but I'd like to hear everyone else's opinion on that. I posted some photos to my Facebook, and then links are Facebook. Let me know if you like them better plain or painted. Also, what you would pay for them. I'm working out the pricing details as we speak.
It's a perfect partnership. He says I'm ruining them. 252 WCMF. All right. Tommy has picked Durand Eastman Park where no human lives, so this might be a deer. I am in Hilton. Christine is out in Henrietta. Pete is in Spencerport, the Pittsford of the West Side. Alex tried to pick Irondequoit, but then she disqualified herself, so Irondequoit is still on the board. Austin is in Greece. Steve is in Victor. We have spread. We are not bunching, so we got that going for us. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to James. James, where are they whining, buddy?
East Rochester.
Why?
Well, I know a lot of people like to work with their wood out there, and a couple in particular. And it's got to be.
Right, I thought you were setting up a joke. Wait, that was a legitimate thing you just said? Seriously? I know a lot of people that were working with their wood.
Yeah,
okay.
right. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
No, yeah, I know. Ta-da. Take my wife, please.
It's not.
Yeah. I don't know. I just got a feeling that, there's a quaint little couple out in East Rochester. And
where do they get the wood from, James? That's not a wood community, man. You don't see a lot of woods out in East Rochester.
Nothing. There's no trees.
East Rochester lumber.
So they went and they go buy wood, and then they...
A two before?
Yeah, and then they carve it into something?
My father was a carpenter and lived out there. There's a lot of masons and carpenters in East Rochester. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they call it the Mason capital of Rochester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Italian community, big Italian community.
Sure.
Way back.
James, that pick was terrible. That was a terrible pick.
Yeah, I got a dragon made out of
well,
cement.
you know what?
Cement dragon? Go ahead.
Won't you be surprised? Won't you be surprised?
Yeah, I would, because it sucks. That's what I'm telling you. It sucks, James.
You said cement, right?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay.
James, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
Nothing.
252
Pat
WCMF.
said something else. I was confused.
252-9263. Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yo.
Hey, I'm going to say Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
Oh, man.
The main stretch and some of the deliveries I do see stands at people's driveways.
Okay.
I'm going to say Canandaigua. It just feels that way.
Okay, but again, this woman, look, I get using the clues, but this woman said she didn't set up at the end of the driveway, and she hasn't sold
And she's
them
looking for a
anyway.
place.
Yes, like if other people were selling at their driveway, she wouldn't have felt uncomfortable, Kevin. That's a bad pick. You wasted your call, Kevin.
It's a non-festival town.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. If I get 2 stars, then we'll go for it.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Kevin, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. All right. Let's rip through some here.
Okay.
Because we're running out of time, and I want to give everyone a chance
Yeah,
here.
sure.
All right, let's talk to Rammer. Rammer, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning. I'm picking one nobody ever picks. This is Scottsville.
Rammer, forget the fact that Scottsville's never been an answer.
Yeah.
There are only 17 people that live in Scottsville.
I don't think you've been to Scottsville lately.
I haven't.
There are neighborhoods out there. There's a lot of wood. There's some, part-time farmers that got nothing to do in the winter, so they're carving the wood that they cleaned up out of their fields.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Scottsville.
Okay, in the time that you just spoke, 2 more people moved out of Scottsville.
That's great. 3 more people are moving in.
Yeah.
That's how the real estate works, baby.
Remember, thanks for the call, buddy. I live around the corner from Scottsville. It's not Scottsville.
Oh, you do.
Right? By the way, the gas station in Scottsville, robbed last night.
Really?
Yeah.
You sound excited.
I know. You were very excited to
Did
share
you know what
that
happened?
news.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look,
Gunpoint.
I'm sorry.
jeez.
Look, I actually did read the story. I should make sure everyone's okay. But it's like one of
Guy
those
had
things.
a carved wooden gun.
It was one of those things where it was like, wow, that happened around the corner from my house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's us on the news.
Yeah, Scottsville's coming up.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Josh. Josh, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going with Ron.
Say that again. Oh, He bailed. Okay, he said, I'm going, Kimmy, the commissioner. I'm going with Iran, and then he went off the air.
That was my bad because I accidentally hit the button when you put him on.
What is his name again?
Josh.
Josh? Okay, Josh.
So we're going to give it to you, Josh.
Okay, that's the commissioner.
Josh is taking Aranda Coit.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Phil. Phil, where are they whining, buddy?
Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
Well, the guy seems kind of like a dick. The lady kind of seems like a nag, but they are worried about their neighbors, and it's a rule in Pittsford you're not allowed to piss off your neighbors.
Ooh.
So you say this couple's a dick and a nag?
Yeah.
Wait,
absolutely.
They're dicking and a nagging?
Or a nagging and a dicking?
Dicking and a nagging.
Nagging and a dicking.
Look, I don't hate that argument. I mean, it's a pretty
It's
good
old
argument
school.
on both sides. And, like, this would be one she could, like, sneak under our noses.
And you never see anything out front. Nobody's allowed to put anything like for sale out front like that.
How bad would you feel if this was your backyard and you blew it, bro?
What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean? You live in Pittsford. It's got to be a park where no other people live. Phil hung up on us. He got bored. All right, let's rip off a couple more. 252 WCMF. John, where they whining, buddy? John, you there? John.
You were just there 2 seconds ago.
John's gone. 252 WCMF. Dusty, what's up, brother? Where they whining?
I think they're probably out there in Parrington.
Okay, Dusty. Such a big Dusty. Parrington, Dusty.
Why Parrington, Dusty?
Just a gut feeling.
Yeah, Dusty's feeling in his gut, Pat. Yo, Dusty gut.
Why are you going to hurt Dusty?
I'm not hurting Dusty. I love Dusty.
He's the dustiest of them all.
He is. He's a redheaded Dusty.
Dusty, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You can take it easy.
There goes Dusty.
Yeah,
All
he's
right.
a musty Dusty.
We finish it up the only way we know how.
Oh, yeah.
Man, lucked out 2 weeks ago.
Bring it home.
252 WCMF. Ben has got the last word. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Penfield.
Why Penfield?
They seem like the type that would do that. They got a little bit more space than the surrounding areas spread out and with their little statues and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And gut feeling.
Right.
And also, Tommy seems awfully cranky because he knows his pick is like never going to hit on this one. It's just absolutely horrible.
Did you crack that code there, Benny boy?
I also love Ben
Dude,
is now
nobody
picking.
lives in the park. Come on.
I also love how Ben is now like picking real towns instead of like Canandaigua, Farmington, because like he flew too close to the sun and backed into it one time.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna take it seriously, guys. Like, here's why. Here's that. Ben, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Have a good.
All right, here we go. A lot at stake.
All right.
Tommy said, and Kimmy heard it as this break started. If I win, not only do I get my star,
I forego my star.
your star disappears like it never existed.
Yep. You will be the only star holder in the break room.
Fantastic. With that being said, Tommy picked Durand Eastman Park.
Well, how bad are you going to feel if you think that pick sucks and you still lose? Think about that.
I just also want to point out it's not the first time you've picked
It's
it.
the second time, and we explained to him that nobody lives in the park.
Well, I mean like the neighborhood area
No,
around
that's
the
not
park.
Durand Eastman Park.
So I just think Durand Eastman next time?
No, you would say Aranda Coy.
No,
or...
Durand Eastman is a neighborhood.
Is it?
Yes.
Show me where.
We got two buddies that live there.
You literally
who
said
you
Durand
do not
Eastman
like.
Park. You
I like one sort of.
I don't even know who we're talking about.
Bro. Think of the two pompous blowhards we know that live out that way.
Well, you're one of them, and you live in Pittsburgh.
All right, think of another two.
All right, Tommy's in a park. I'm in Hilton. Christina's in Henrietta. Pete picked Spencerport. Alex wanted Irondequoit, but she disqualified herself. Austin is in Greece. Steve's out in Victor because his ex-father-in-law used to carve stuff.
Yeah.
James is in East Rochester. They call it Mason City, USA. Kevin is out in Canandaigua. Rammers in Scottsville and got very offended when we made fun of his Scottsville pick. Well, yeah, let me tell you.
3 more move in with 3 move out.
Josh is in. Okay, I can't read my own writing. I screwed up.
Josh was the Irondequoit.
Irondequoit, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, because
Yep.
I wrote it fast. I'm
Yep.
sorry. So he jumped in on that pick. Phil is in Pittsburgh. Dusty is in Parrington. Ben wraps it up with Penfield. Come the F on. Buckle up. I can see the panic on your face.
You ain't
I
hidden.
can see the panic on
You
your
ain't
face.
hidden.
Kimmy, are we ready?
We're ready.
Come on, baby. Let's do this thing.
I don't think anybody knows.
Oh, you don't think so? No? We got a ton.
I think we missed a big one.
They whining.
Well, you think we missed a big one?
A big one. The biggest one.
Kimmy, do we have a winner?
We don't. and Tommy's kind of right because I can't believe nobody picked this.
All right,
Can
hold
I
on.
call it?
Well, yeah, it don't count for nothing.
Yeah,
I know,
you
but I
sure
still
go
call
ahead.
it?
Throw it out there.
Webster.
No.
Ah, you suck.
Am I close?
No.
Kind of close.
No. Because this week
America.
they widen in Brockport.
Oh, I handed you a star and you couldn't take it.
I wouldn't have thought of that.
I can't believe nobody picked it though.
It was right there. I gave you a star. And you would have been the holder of the only star.
You
and
picked
lost.
a place nobody
You
lives
lose.
for the second time.
So I picked
For
a
the
crap pick and you
second
couldn't
time.
beat a crap pick.
No, like Brockport, I wouldn't have gone there because I know there's neighborhoods in Brockport, but
You
I would have thought.
You are the Lindy of pickers. Back again, and you ain't getting no star.
You just said you liked the Lindy
Matter
Ruff
of fact,
hire this morning.
you got beat by the stars.
You just said this morning
Dallas
you liked the
Stars,
Lindy. You got that? You just rambling.
Yeah, you Lindy Ruff.
Rambling.
I mean, it
And
was
it's going rough.
It was Brockport for all the reasons you said it was Hilton.
Damn.
For the record.
It was Brockport.
We're gonna take a break.
You'll get him next time,
You didn't
Tiger.
win nothing. You backed into it one time. You got nothing. You got nothing. I'd like to pick a place where nobody lives, please. Maybe a raccoon. Carve this raccoon. There's foods you have to wash before you eat them.
You got to wash your food.
There's a new one that people are deciding should be on this list as well.
Oh, that we normally don't wash.
Yeah, I've never seen this washed before. And it comes in a bag.
Okay.
I'll explain next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, what foods do you feel you need to wash before you eat them?
Well, it's all like fruits and vegetables.
That's it?
That they're loose.
Kimmy, is there something
What
else?
else would you wash?
Is there something else you feel like you need to wash outside of fruits and vegetables?
No, it's mostly just the produce stuff that comes out of the ground.
Well, there are folks saying there is one more food you bring in your house you have
And
to
it's
wash.
not a fruit or a produce.
No, it's not a fruit. No. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Real quick, you can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com.
Ooh, am I gonna win?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Kansas at the Kodak Center May 2nd, courtesy of our friends at Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. You guys haven't started washing your shredded cheese yet.
What?
No, why would you?
What do you mean?
How
why
do you
would
wash shredded cheese?
You wash
in
it.
What?
You put it in a colander.
Individually?
No.
But wait, it would clog up the colander.
No, it wouldn't.
I would also think it'd make the cheese sticky.
And blech.
Okay, so it turns out that
mushy ass cheese.
The shredded cheese we buy is covered in stuff to keep it from becoming one big lump of cheese.
Yeah.
For example, Kraft uses cornstarch. Some companies use potato starch. Other companies use what's called powdered cellulose, which is essentially wood pulp. Now, it's all fine for you. It's not going to hurt you. But folks have decided they want to see what the cheese tastes like without all this stuff on top of it.
Probably tastes like crap.
Why don't you just shred cheese then?
Okay, I don't know.
Shred your own
That's
cheese.
a great point. Just get a brick
seems like
of
less
cheese and
work.
the grater than washing my cheese ball.
Why are you getting mad at people washing cheese?
I'm mad that
Why
you're
are
washing your cheese.
You haven't seen these videos on social media?
No, I thought you were going to say people washing their chicken and meats.
So
'cause
my
I have
aunt used to
seen
wash
that.
chicken when she brought it home.
Which, by the way, you're not supposed to do because you can spread bacteria all over the
Yeah.
kitchen.
Well, that's why she's no longer here.
But cheese is not something I saw coming.
I can't believe you guys haven't seen these videos because
No.
they've been all over Instagram and TikTok. So
But it's only shredded cheese.
shredded cheese because it's covered in the cornstarch.
The chemical.
And like I said, no, but that's just it. It's
Yeah.
not really. I mean, it's not going to hurt you. We eat cornstarch, we eat that cellulose, we eat potato starch. It's
Yeah.
not that big a deal. Just folks decided they didn't want it, and it's also kind of a magic trick. Folks put the water in there and then they pull the cheese out in the colander and it's all murky. So it's what's in your food, man? Man, and it's cornstarch.
What if it doesn't taste any different, too? You know what I mean?
So I have seen if you're somebody that makes homemade mac and cheese or making something where you need the cheese to melt, you're supposed to shred your own cheese from a block of cheese because of the coating on the shredded cheese.
It don't melt?
It prevents it from melting fast or something. I don't know. But that's the only
Scrub
reason
your
I've
cheese.
seen. That's the only thing I've seen where it's don't use shredded cheese.
But you said here, and you angrily asked, why don't you shred a block of cheese?
Well, if you're worried about it.
Right, she's right.
Have you ever shred a block of cheese?
Yes, I have, but it was only to make homemade mac and cheese.
Oh, I thought it was right into your mouth is what you were saying.
No.
I was doing cheese.
No, that's really the only ever time I've done it. I don't mind eating just shredded cheese using that.
Do you eat
pre-shredded cheese?
Okay, I'm not going to ask you this question because you're a bitch.
No, when I was a fat boy, I would dip shredded cheese like Skull.
Wait, dip?
I would, man. Or just put a little pinch between your cheek and gum.
Kimmy, do you eat shredded cheese out of the bag?
Yeah. Who
I
doesn't?
think everybody has, especially fat guys.
I'm not saying have you. I said do you.
Yeah,
like currently.
Yes.
Oh, she got cheese on her mind.
Worst Willie Nelson song of all time. She got cheese on her mind. Not how the song goes.
Cheesy river, take me home.
So you'll sit down with a bag of shredded cheese.
If I'm looking for just a little snack, a little nibble of something, I'm going shredded cheese.
But you got to do it over the sink, or it's all over the floor, or you're giving it to your dog.
Okay. But the dog will clean it up. That's what's great about eating nuggets of cheese. So you won't sit on the couch with a bag of shredded cheese. You'll stand over the sink.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a standing snack.
Which one's sadder?
What's that?
Sitting and using a bag of shredded cheese like a box of popcorn, or standing over the sink shoving tiny shards of cheese in your face?
I've been over the sink because I always had a dog in my life.
Okay.
And that little cheese horror is all over you. And I don't want to sit on the couch because I can't sit on the couch with cheese with a dog.
It's going to make
it's
too
impossible.
much of a mess.
They're in your face.
Plus, if you sat on the couch with a bag of shredded cheese, the bag
it's going to get all over the place.
I'm not even worried about getting all over the place. The bag is not big enough where I can sit and be full without making the bag disappear.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And that would make me feel really bad about myself if I realized in 20 minutes I watched a show and ate an entire bag of shredded cheese.
So you ate a pound of shredded cheese.
Which would be easy to do.
Oh, it's so a pound of cheese is nothing.
Put that on a t-shirt, sell
I'm
it at the
telling
rock
you.
shop. 252 WCMF. A new social media trend has people washing their shredded cheese. People are doing this because companies use cornstarch, potato starch, powdered cellulose to keep it from sticking to each other. It's not going to hurt you, but if you watch the video, it's like stunning because if you didn't know it was on there, the water's all like murky and gray when they pull the cheese out after washing it.
So my question is, when you wash your cheese, are you putting it back into a container to use for later, or are you washing it as you use it or eat it?
I would think you would have to use it right after you wash it, because if you put it back in the container, it's just going to stick.
Disgusting.
So let's say you're only going to use 4 ounces of cheese.
Yeah.
You'd have to put 4 ounces of cheese into a colander and rinse it.
No one in the history of cooking has ever only used 4 ounces
well,
of cheese.
Well, that's what the recipe calls for.
Yeah, great. Now it calls for 8.
All right.
Now it calls for a handful
You're
of cheese.
over-cheesing.
Everyone, because there's no such thing as over-cheesing, bro. Have you ever had anything in your life where it's like, oh, it's too much cheese?
No, that's true.
Right? Name me one food you ever had in your life where you're like, oh, you know what this needs? Less cheese. Can I get another one of these slightly less cheese on it?
It is
please?
the perfect food.
And it's not terrible for you if you eat it in moderation.
It's full of fat.
Oh, yeah, but it's
like
fats.
pure fat.
You can get them skimmed cheese sticks that you like to
Those
eat.
things are, I only say I like those, but I don't like them. Those Weight Watchers cheese sticks, like eat a white candle.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing about next here at the break room on CMF. going to be the Rapperoo.
Patio 2 for Tuesday, Rapperoozy.
Yeah, that's right. For a Tuesday, your 2 for 2 is coming up. 2 for Tuesday, sorry. Coming up with Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away, girl.
No, she's going to give you double.
Well, thank you, Jolene.
Tomorrow's a Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's hate time.
Yep, Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. We found an interesting chart that the state of New York put out telling you how much fish you could safely eat out of freshwater lakes that you catch. Yeah. And it was lower than we thought. In fact, there's one fish where you could only eat safely 1 a month.
Yeah.
And we were surprised that people ate fish out of the lakes.
I was shocked.
Period. But some folks passionately called up to defend their fish lake eating habits. And one man wrote us a letter who isn't believing what the state has to say. Because...
He just doesn't believe it.
Well, I mean, he gives reasons.
Is he chowing?
I mean, I get saying, like, you're not going to follow those rules, but he's...
Mercury Mike.
We'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who can't wait to get home and eat a bag of shredded cheese over the sink. For Tommy Muley, who was... Father was Mercury Mike.
Yes, he was in many ways.
It all makes sense now, man. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.